information for that after today's event. And for anyone who is looking to dial in, you can open up the same widget that the Q&A widget's on, and this will provide you a cell phone number for dial-in. This will give you only an audio connection and not a visual. So for the best WebEx experience, we do ask that you, and recommend, that you watch through your computer, and also closing out as many browsers as possible so you have a good, consistent connection. Be sure to engage with us on Twitter and LinkedIn. Use the hashtag BILivecast for any posts about today and any posts about today's amazing speakers. So now, with all the boring stuff out of the way, we are super excited for today's live cast, and we're going to be hearing from marketing leaders. I definitely cannot name all the brands right now, but L'Oreal, Fenty, Mindshare, Essence, Vans, just to name a few. So with that, I'm going to introduce our amazing host for the day. We have Chris Dieter joining us from Influential. He's Influential's Chief Communications Officer. And Chris actually has 15 plus experience leading some of the top brands and agencies, including, and I was just talking to Chris about this, his role as the VP of Marketing for Von Dutch, and then also his role as CEO and owner for American Rebel PR. So great job with Von Dutch. I was saying that we are seeing a huge comeback with that brand. So that's amazing. So with that, handing it over to you for the day, Chris.
Thanks so much, Isabel. Really appreciate it. Thank you big time to Brand Innovators for hosting us. We have the best time doing these events. Welcome, everybody. Happy Friday here at Influential's offices. As you can see from the logo behind us, don't get to come here all too often. So my brother and I are excited to be at the office, pretending like everything's normal. But you know, it's great to be here. We have a really exciting, action-packed session today. We have, like Isabel was saying, we have speakers from Vans, from L'Oreal, so many, it's hard to even list. But would love to kind of give you guys a little bit of a rundown of our first speaker of the day, and then we will introduce the speaker and the moderator, and we'll get going. So the first speaker of the day, we're thrilled to kick off today with the head of media for L'Oreal, Shannon Reed. Her insights and opinions have been cited in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Ad Age, Media Post, Huffington Post, Adweek, and Women's Wear Daily. A strong advocate for developing the next generation of female leaders in our industry, Shannon was selected by Adweek New York as a Changing the Game winner in 2016 and Adweek New York's Working Mother of the Year honoree in 2015. She's been a judge for the Stevie for Women in Business, as well as an award recipient, and proudly serves on the board of trustees for the Miss America organization. As SVP, head of media for L'Oreal, Shannon is responsible for elevating the quality of consumer connections for the L'Oreal USA brands. This session will be moderated by Influential's CEO, Ryan Dieter, my brother. Ryan, Shannon, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks so much. That was wow, that was quite the intro.
I'm glad I got through it without slipping.
Well done, well done.
All right, well, I'll leave it to you guys, and I'll be back in a little bit, but have a great conversation. Enjoy.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, sir. Shannon, so media legend, Miss Manhattan, Renaissance woman. How are you holding up? How are you doing?
You're just going straight there, aren't you?
Have to, yeah.
I'm good, Ryan. I'm good. It's I think what is the phrase now? I'm as good as can be expected, right? In all of the changing world that we have going on, and all of the adjustments to what potentially could be new normals, in everything that we're all trying to adapt to and understand, whether it's for us, our families, our kids, and the fears and challenges that we all have in staying safe and pushing society forward. All of those things wrapped up in one. I am as good as can be expected.
Well, the collective consciousness, everyone has that same kind of feeling. But you also have to add for you added on a brand new role at L'Oreal. I mean, congratulations. I think you're less than a month in.
Yeah, no, I am. I'm less than a month in. It's super exciting. I think I sent a note to you. I'm like, I don't know how much about actual L'Oreal I can answer. I can tell you all of my personal experience and my media and marketing experience, but I don't know the insides of L'Oreal well enough to speak truly on behalf of the business at this point. But I have to say, it's an interesting time to be joining any company, to be transitioning jobs. And I know I'm not the only one out there that's transitioning jobs. it's challenging. I'm lucky to be in a position to have a job when so many are not at the moment. I grew up doing theater for many years, and all of my Broadway friends I'm heartbroken for. And I'll just put a PSA out there. If anybody has, jobs for some of the folks on Broadway right now, let me know. And I'm happy to hook you up with some really amazingly talented people who are go-getters, who are not going to see the inside of a theater for a very long time. And they're
artists are getting completely undercut right now. So yes, great PSA. Anyone, please reach out to Shannon or us. We'll happily put you guys in touch.
Yeah,
very cool.
Absolutely.
Well, so pursuant to that, so you came over from Publicis. You're now running head of media for L'Oreal in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, what adjustments are you have to make? I mean, you haven't met your team, I assume. It's all virtual, right?
So mostly, we're at 50% capacity in the office. So I am actually getting to go to Hudson Yards, which I love. I'm actually really excited to be back in the office and spending some time, even if it's quiet, just spending some time in the physical space. There's, we build these, obviously you guys are at the influential office today, right? There's something really cool about the spaces that you build and the community you build. It's a little sad that it doesn't have the same buzz that I know it has. I've been in that space before when I was on the agency side. But it is nice to interact with humans other than my family. Not that I don't like my family, but humans other than my family has been kind of fun. So some of them I've had some opportunities to see in person. All of them I've met virtually at this point. Onboarding in this world is a little tough, if I'm honest. You get Zoom fatigue, like everybody does. There's a lot of notes to be taken and constant back-to-back calls, and it's hard. It's hard learning new people and kind of getting that personal experience. And then there's pluses. So the pluses I'd say would be things like you see the background in somebody's house and you see their kid, their dog, and you get some of those personal connections that might have come out over time. But I'll give you a great example. I was connecting with one of my colleagues in France yesterday, and she saw the pictures of my kids behind me, and I said, they're 17 and 13. I just love these photographs of them. They're clearly not babies anymore. And we started chatting about the 17-year-old and her 17-year-old, and our two kids were born one day apart from each other. So we just had this kind of fun little connection of like, yeah, we were pregnant at the same time. Isn't that cool? We've got two kids that are exactly the same age. Was really neat. And we wouldn't have gotten to that point, I think, if we had been face to face, because you wouldn't have had a photograph of my kids in the background.
Yeah, it is a peek inside someone's lives. Yeah, we're usually in the pre-COVID where we're all handshakes and professionalism, and then we're out of there. But yeah, it's unique. I mean, I guess there is some upside. There is some extra human connection, weirdly, between Cisco or between any of these different places.
Yeah, it's a personalization.
Yeah, no, I love that. So I mean, so we have a lot of people tuning in, both brand side, agency side. You've been in the industry. You're a thought leader here. You actually worked with L'Oreal previously through an agency. Is it like a homecoming? Does it feel like you have some sort of advantages because kind of the deeper part of the brand from the agency side?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I've worked with the L'Oreal brands a lot over my career. So I had an agency of my own called Morpheus Media for 14 years. Morpheus was an incredible company, if I do say so myself, that serviced most of the luxury fashion and beauty industry especially in the e-commerce space. And so at Morpheus, we had 7 L'Oreal brands for 7 years, mostly the active cosmetics division, a little bit of the professional products division. And then I moved to WPP, MEC, now ultimately Wavemaker, was the head of digital there, and then moved into being the president of the L'Oreal business during the pitch and the onboarding and a year into that business. So I had a whole nother experience of L'Oreal for that period of time. Like you said, left to go to Publicis, spent a couple of years at Publicis, and I'm now back in it. It's fascinating, the difference. So there are things that are completely different, as in like some people have changed, some people have moved on to different roles or different companies. And then there's things that are the same. There are certain documents that are the same as they were always done before, the process of going through, getting something established or something done, similar process. A lot of that stuff hasn't changed. And of course, the brands are still spectacular, like truly some of the most amazing brands in the marketplace. So it's fun to be connected to them. I'm learning new things though. So I have calls with folks that I would have never talked to when I was on the agency side, like the customer care center. and just the exceptional work that they're doing there, which I find so interesting, right? I'm all about the consumer first and caring about the consumer's experience and what it's like. And you've heard me say 100 times, advertising one well as a service to the consumer. And I think that's true in everything we do. When we do what we do best, we are in service to the consumer and truly helping them feel better, look better, live better, whatever that happens to be. And so it's kind of fun to be on this side of it and seeing how all of those other pieces play into that amazing consumer experience.
Well, that's a great segue because we're all kind of curious because beauty is such a touch of it. That's just a place where you go to a location, you buy things, you play with them, and obviously because of the current pandemic, they're much harder to do these days. How do you, as head of media, maintain that consumer connection, whether it's through whether it's distancing, personal grooming, all that's been upended? Is it more about stories about consumption of the product? How do you find ways to tell those narratives?
I think it's true for every brand that's out there, right? You don't have the same level of consultation that you had before. People aren't lingering in the store to look at products and read the packaging. So there's a lot of work that's getting done as a consumer before you ever show up in the store to make sure that you're getting the product you want, or you're buying it online and you're doing your research online and go ahead and getting it from Amazon or Walmart or Target, whoever's going to supply it to you. I think the need for every brand, L'Oreal aside, or L'Oreal included, I think the need for every marketer out there is to make sure that you have robust content available to your consumers to make smart decisions. And so the trend that I've seen with every brand I've worked with over the past few years, but especially all of those brands today in an age of I can't spend that same time in the store, has been to build up their social media presence, find ways to bring that experience online on behalf of the customer. And you see that happening on the L'Oreal sites. If you spend any time visiting some of our sites, you'll see really great virtual try-on capabilities, color matching capabilities, really putting technology to the forefront to bring about opportunities for the consumers to experience and touch and be a little bit closer to the product. I think the other thing that I've seen from many brands is return and exchange policies, right? Our retail partners are doing a great job of that. Brands are doing a great job of that. Try it, see if you like it. If it doesn't work for you, let us know. And then I mentioned the customer care center being available to them when they have a question, because what you don't want is a woman trying a new hair color or a guy trying a new hair color and having it go terribly wrong, right? There's questions. There's questions about the ingredients. There's questions about what it's going to do. Can I really bleach out this color? It's not easy, by the way, to bleach out this color, so I don't highly recommend it. Those are some of the things that you have to be available and ready to answer to that customer whenever they ask.
So you're only less than a month in, but to tell these stories, to connect with people, is there any sort of plan of action on TV, digital, social? Is there any mediums that you prefer more than others right now? Because obviously a lot of the variables are happening across all these different platforms.
Yeah, I think you have to look at where consumers are spending their time, right? We've seen, not just L'Oreal, but the industry has seen tremendous shifts in consumer time spent. So if we look at even the reports that have been put out by some of our industry organizations, we've added about, on average, I think 41 minutes a day of content consumption, of media time consumption. That's a lot of time, that additional 41 minutes. I kind of akin that to the commute time, right? Where I might have been driving the car or in the subway or riding the train. That time is now spent probably sitting on my couch watching a video that I wouldn't have watched before, or allowing myself that opportunity to browse that additional few pieces of content that I wouldn't have browsed because I was in the process of walking to the train station. So when you follow those consumer habits, video is increasing, time spent specifically on their mobile devices, which is interesting when you consider how much time we're spending at home. We're all spending it at home. So when you have more than one person in the household, the amount of time spent on the big device versus the little device gets bifurcated across the entire group. And so you end up with a lot of people spending their time on this. Too many notifications. I'll set that down. A lot of people spending time on their device, and maybe as much, if not more, also getting spent on the big device like the one behind you. So considering where we need to be for the consumer is really about listening and watching where they're going and making sure that we're contributing and showing up. television has increased. Our linear television, I'm not talking about us, but linear television viewing has increased. So I think advertisers need to pay attention to that. We're going into a complicated marketplace with the election coming up. We're going to have so much money. I think the quote was $3 billion spent in 2 months on digital alone during this period. It's going to be complicated without as much live sports to pull some of those big advertisers. Some of those very large advertisers in this market who would normally advertise on live sports are now going to start to put those dollars in other places. They don't want to miss reaching their customer, so they're going to have to find them in other places. So I think you're going to see a lot of complication in the marketplace going into Q4. I also think that there's a tremendous continual shift to digital, and every brand I have worked with in the past 5 years has said more digital, more digital, more digital. And I think we're all headed that direction. And the consumer shifts that we've seen aren't going to change, right? I think you're not going to see maybe the same level of peak that we've seen of people spending time with mobile content or on mobile devices, but you're not going to go back to what it was before, right? We've reached a new high, and that threshold is going to continue to maintain. The same is true for e-commerce. We've seen 10 years of e-commerce growth in 6 months as an industry. So that's not going to change. Consumers have learned those new habits, and they now know that they can get their fresh product delivered. They now know that Amazon brings them everything they need to have. Those are new habits that will probably stick, maybe not at the same levels we see them today when we can't go to a store, but at new highs than we've ever had before.
Yeah. Do you think at any point it levels off? So let's say the world opens up middle of next year. I'm hoping, knock on wood, happens earlier than that. But do you think that the numbers then, obviously we hit a new high and a kind of new crest of where it's going to be? We think it's still people would rather be offline and buy things in store. Or you think that this behavior, we're now 6 to 8 months in, people do get new habits, they get new behaviors. Do you think at any point it will switch back, or is it going to still be e-com kind of beating the numbers? I
don't think it's ever going to switch back to the levels it was before. I think we're going to maintain a new high, just not quite as high as we are now. And I do think consumers are craving, and I look to other markets to understand how consumers' behavior is changing. And specifically in this case, you want to look at what's happening in Asia and China, because they're so far ahead of us in terms of the virus and how they're coming back. And you're seeing they want to be back in the store. They want to touch, they want to feel. I think we're the same way, right? As soon as we have the opportunity to get back in the store and feel comfortable and confident that we can touch, feel, and play, to try on that foundation color, to see what it looks like on my pores, we're going to go back to some of those things. Whether that means we're going to do it at the same levels we did it before, I just don't think so. I think the habit of getting it shipped will become even more interesting. I actually said years ago, somebody was asking me my predictions of the future of retail. And I've often said that I really feel like the opportunity for retail is to be the experience and let the e-commerce be the store. So the opportunity is to really go into the experience of, and we saw this a little bit with Warby Parker when they first launched, right? And you see it a lot with audio speaker companies like Bose, even Tesla, right? Like, it's not an online purchase, but the storefront that they give you is an opportunity to touch and feel and play. Yeah, you may buy it there, but it's not getting delivered to you at that location in a mall. That's not going to happen. So I think the opportunity for the store to be the experience and something that you enjoy going to for a relaxed experiential time versus the actual checkout process will be the ultimate future for me of retail.
And you mentioned that obviously live sports, primetime TV has been upended, even though there's still more consumption happening. Do you think that any social platforms, whether Pinterest, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, are going to be the beneficiaries of this, where people are now used to being on that screen and maybe in their bed, kind of playing around with things more often? I guess what do you think that money might shift to because of the upending of kind of this, everyone kind of watching by committee being kind of gone, or at least upended?
It's interesting because I'm watching Facebook closely as I'm seeing just from a my friends and family moment, right? Like, Facebook fatigue is also a bit of a real thing, especially as we go through an election cycle. People get frustrated with all of their friends on one side and all of their friends on the other. So I think we'll see a blip in how people consume Facebook over the course of the next couple of months, specifically during the election cycle. But people are participating in social platforms even more. And it's interesting that you mentioned TikTok, right? And we'll see what happens with the executive order and their countersuit or their suit in response to it. We'll see how that all turns out with their potential purchase. But you're seeing an even more meteoric, is that the word I'm looking for, rise of influencers and their true capability of influencing. And I attribute some of that to, I can't go shopping with a friend. We've often said that like friends and family are the biggest influencers of a purchase. And if you can't go shopping with your best friend, my best friend's out in California. I can't go visit her right now. We're not going to go wander around a shopping center or a bunch of stores together like we normally have to touch and play and try. Last time I saw her, we were in the Rothy's store in San Francisco having a great time trying on shoes. That wouldn't happen right now. We both walked out of there with more shoes than we expected to. So good for Rothy's for creating a great experience for both of us. But that's just not going to happen. And so I don't have her with me to create that influence. Where is that influence coming from? It's likely going to come from those content producers that are entertaining and engaging and really building a relationship with you. And it's interesting to watch Gen Z with this. My daughter is part of that Gen Z generation, and she is drawn in to these talents because she just feels like they're her best friends. They're the people who are giving it to her straight. There's no holes barred on any of it. She thinks that they're the ones on the up and up, even if they're selling a product. And I think we've done a good job as an industry by making some of the rules and regulations that we've made, where if an influencer is selling a product, they have to say like, hey, I'm being sponsored to tell you this, but this is why I think it's good. Mm-hmm. She trusts that more than she trusts an ad that I've put in front of her on Instagram.
Do you think the future is more celebrity influencers? Do you think it's more mid-sized macros, the more nano micros and small communities? I mean, obviously they all kind of have a place, but do you have any sort of POV on the future of influencers and whether it's beauty or any platforms or any?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they all have a place, right? The celebrity still carries a lot of weight, and you take celebrity influence all the way back to Giorgio Armani with his tuxedo back in the day was the first like celebrity influence moment, right? Like dressing the stars was I think where that all started for the red carpet, and that I think that celebrity halo will always have a place. But it also always carries a risk. And, I was involved with brands who, over the years, who were dealing with celebrities who went through some tough times while they were with those brands. Tiger Woods was one of them. The whole incident that happened with his wife happened while I was working on a brand that was him. And you do run that risk. You run that risk with any influencer, but the risk you run when it's a celebrity influencer obviously has much more scale, much more reach, and has the potential to end up on the evening news. If it's a micro influencer or a mid-size influencer, less likely to end up on the evening news, and something easier to potentially pull away from because you're not quite as invested. So I think there's a place for all of them. I think the mid-size influencers, though, are the ones that excite me the most. I think they still carry a really strong sense of authenticity to their followers. The ones that I've worked with in the past that I think are really exceptional, what they do are, they're not just kids sitting around with a cell phone videotaping themselves. They care about the analytics. They're watching the traffic. They want to know what their followers are saying or feeling, and they want to respond. And so they're really careful about who they partner. They feel their personal brand is on the line. And it is much a compliment to be chosen by them as it is a compliment to them for you to ask to have a partnership with them.
No, it's very reciprocal, and the right brands rep on the right influencers, and then people can and consumers can tell. And actually, that's a good segue into, I guess, you're head of media. You've been at Agency World for years. What's your POV on influencers as it relates to metrics, so measurement? So do you think of them as top of funnel? Do you think of them as lower funnel? I mean, obviously they all. My POV, I guess, is that celebrities obviously have a earned media ability, some PR ability. But I guess how important is ROI, ROAS when it comes to L'Oreal or any of the things you're going to be doing for your brands? Is that central to spend with influencers going forward?
every brand has to think about the balance of whether you're getting top of the funnel or bottom of the funnel, right? And every brand has to have both. There is a place for phenomenal storytelling that gives a consumer the reason to believe in your brand, that gives them the reason to be passionate about it, and for you to tell the story of why they should care. And then there is a place for, oh, and by the way, here's the way to best buy our product. And I think influencers can actually sit in both places, and really interesting influencer campaigns allow that influencer to play that entire funnel throughout their campaign with you. So they can do the fun, the entertaining, the educational, the demonstration, all of that really great engagement opportunity. And then they can give the down and dirty, like, if you liked what you just saw, if you liked seeing the way this mascara went on my eyelashes, here's the link to buy it. And here's a great opportunity for you to go straight through to the bottom of the funnel. So I think it can truly sit on both. When I'm looking at influencers, it depends on the individual campaign, right? What are we trying to accomplish? There's always a grand campaign metric that we are driving for. This product needs as much reach as we can possibly get it. This product really needs to drive sales right now. This product needs to break through and be talked about more than it has in the past. It needs to be top of mind. So whatever that kind of macro metric is that is needed in order to help that business and to truly get that product into the market well, that's going to be the driving decision maker on how we ask that influencer to participate.
So with all of our clients, I mean, it's a newer idea for them, but I think it's been around for years. Obviously, you want to find the audience you want to speak to wherever they live. How important is it for you to marry, like, you don't necessarily go up the high end of TV, but, like, you know, the audience that watch a certain TV show or watch a certain program that then also is served on a certain publisher network, and then that same audience is then sequentially hit on social? Do you think there is a journey where you're basically following them wherever they go?
Yeah, I think that can work. I think you have to be really careful how you do that to not be a nuisance to the consumer, right? So frequency is an important piece.
Mm-hmm.
I often say frequency is an important piece in anything we do. I have to tell my kids 3 or 5 times that I really want them to empty the dishwasher before it actually happens. I did go so far as taking my husband is a trained chef. It's not his profession, but he is trained. And as a result, we have a bus bin that sits next to the dishwasher. And so people will throw things in the bus bin. I went so far during the pandemic to write on the bottom of it, use dishwasher first and flip it over so that people would actually use the dishwasher. Sometimes you really need to get in people's face with a message. And sometimes you just have to have that frequency. So I think that frequency can be really important. But I think there's a cautionary tale there of trying to just measure ad memorability, because ad memorability can be gamed. And I can put the same ad in front of you 100 times. You will remember it. You will also hate it. No matter how good that ad is, you are going to be annoyed with me for being in front of you that many times, right? So there is a tipping point of making sure that we get to you just the right number of times to make sure that it's valuable, back to advertising as a service, to making sure that we don't just disappear, right? And on the flip side, making sure that we don't annoy the living daylights out of you and that you hate us for just being in your face all the time. How many times have you gone to a retail site, and this is one of my favorite examples, I went to buy light bulbs. I bought the light bulbs. The light bulbs then followed me around for the next 6 weeks. Enough with the light bulbs. I bought them, they're here, they're installed. I don't need new light bulbs right now. Even if you offer me a discount, now I'm just mad that I could have waited and gotten the light bulbs for cheaper. So,
yeah, hit me 5 years from now when the light bulbs go bad. Yeah.
Right, if they go bad. They were LEDs. They're not supposed to ever go bad.
Yeah. Well, so all right. So pursuant to kind of the audience being everywhere, including social. I mean, you came from both sides, agency, on the brand side, the media.
Right.
With all of the boycott and governmental issues happening, with the social media platforms, what do you think brands need to do to evaluate which platforms they should or shouldn't be on? Is that something where obviously there are POV on Facebook and Instagram, there's TikTok stuff? I guess, now that you're on both sides, I guess what would you give, like, a checklist to people, or what would you say is the best way for them to determine their best decisions?
Yeah, a few ways to approach this. I think you have to start with the basic hygiene of, brand safety, viewability, fraud, right? Like the kind of basic hygiene pieces. And look, I'm one of those people that's a bit annoyed by the amount of money that we spend on our media dollars to maintain basic hygiene. But the internet is still a little bit of the wild, wild west. And so some of those dollars are well spent in making sure that we maintain and measure that hygiene and hold our partners to accountability. I will also say, I think the media partners have gotten better about preemptively avoiding fraud, hate speech, all of those things that we want to make sure aren't there, most of them. But I think that's the base level. The next level, though, is an interesting one, because then you have to really have a conversation inside your organization about how you want to show up and how you want to participate. And you saw this with the Facebook boycott. There were brands that were loud and proud to step in and have a voice in that conversation. There were brands that quietly turned things off. There were brands that didn't turn things off. And I was on a call earlier this week with another marketer who was mentioning that they didn't turn things off because they were a direct consumer brand. This is not inside L'Oreal, it's completely outside. He runs a direct to consumer brand, and he said, look, if we had had 2 months to turn off our marketing and reestablish that sales funnel somewhere else, I could have participated. But I would rather be around to have a voice in the conversation as a business 2 months from now than to have shut off my number one sales channel and not have existed as a company in a couple of months and not had the opportunity to even have influence in the conversation. So they made a really tough decision as a business that they wanted to not shut it down because they needed to be able to still sell their products. They were careful about where they ran in feed versus sidebar, et cetera. And they continued to run. Did they get called out for it? Did they get yelled at for it? No. And I think that was one of the things I appreciated about this particular event, was that there wasn't any shaming of brands, not that I saw at least, of brands who decided to stay because they had a reason to stay. I am sorry. I have my husband vacuuming. My husband's vacuuming. It's quite lovely. Right outside my door. Are you hearing that? Is it like?
Vaguely. It's okay.
Okay. Frequency has worked. Okay. Training. Sorry about that. I should have put up a note. Quiet on the set. So I think
so it would have been a Pyrrhic victory to like, all right, I joined the boycott, but my company went under. That wouldn't have helped anybody. And the idea that that, like I said, that the shaming piece. One thing that we give out these intelligence reports to a lot of our brands. It really has been led. I mean, the boycott made sense in terms of trying to make change happen, and still going on for several brands. It really was media led. Like if you look at the numbers, 97% of mentions were from media outlets and from brands about themselves. Consumers are relatively unaware of it and weren't saying, why are you on Facebook? So it really was a inside baseball moment.
And it was really an inside baseball moment. And I also think there's so back to the kind of the second level of participating or not participating, you have to have an understanding inside your own organization of what's important to you. If U.S. politics, if truth in political statements, if making sure that our politicians are held to the same standards as our advertisers and our brands, or if they're given the liberties that they're given in their television advertising, because that's really kind of the flip side of this, right? Like they're given a tremendous amount of liberty in their television advertising that advertisers would never have when we deal with the standards and practices teams at these networks, because they're really strict. But in this case, like political advertising is kind of given a bit of a pass with good intention, I think, because you want to be able to hear, you want consumers to be able to make their own, or citizens to be able to make their own decisions about their politicians. But there's a moment where it is beyond the marketing team, it's beyond the advertising team, it's beyond the media team to say, we believe as a company. And so I would add to everyone's checklist, do all of the hygiene, but then go sit down and have a conversation with your CEO, your chairman, your head of diversity and inclusion, which I'm hoping everybody has now, heads of diversity and inclusion in their organizations. Should have had them before, but if you don't, hopefully you have them now. have an honest conversation with that executive leadership team to understand philosophically where do we stand as a business and how do we want to participate when things like this come up, because this isn't going to be the last time that we have a conversation about these topics.
Well, it's great advice, and it's actually perfect timing. So we have 10 minutes left for Q&A, and we have a million questions coming in. So one of the first questions is, and I think because of your knowledge in the space, people are asking, did you have a professional mentor early on in your career? How did that relationship impact your journey? Did you, I know we've talked about it in the past around, Miss America, and you actually had some tremendous experiences to be able to build up your current speaking abilities. Is there any individuals or organizations you work with that maybe have been a great inspiration for you?
Yeah, I'm happy to share that. So you mentioned Miss America. I am on the board of Miss America, and all too well I could go on a whole spiel, which I won't waste our last 10 minutes on about Miss America. But if anybody wants to know more and why I'm involved, I'm happy to share the story. I'll simply say Miss America is the largest scholarship provider for women in this country, and women carry 3/4 of the college debt in this country. Leave it at that. You want to know more? Ping me. Happy to talk about it. I was, I think you know this, as a small child, was very much involved in musical theater. So I loved being on a stage and I loved performing. I did 18 years as a professional musical theater actress, which is also why I have so many great friends who are on Broadway that I want to help through this time. I transitioned into data and analytics. I know those things go totally hand in hand. Clearly an obvious transition. That transition, honestly, if I'm talking about mentors and people who helped me, was my mother, who was the first ever manager of customer specific data at Bristol Myers Squibb. So she got me into data and analytics, and that was just kind of the start of that. Beyond that, there have been folks like, I don't know if anybody's still in touch with Chris Schroeder from Washington Post Newsweek Interactive. He's the former CEO back then and has gone on to write some amazing books about entrepreneurship in the Middle East. He was a great mentor to me when I was running Morpheus. I honestly think I got my master's running my company. I don't have a master's degree, but when people ask me about being an entrepreneur and what it did for me, running my own company was really a big piece of that. And I think mentors and advisors are the people that you collect over time. So I've been really fortunate to collect folks like Chris, like a Rob Norman, like a Dave Pensky, that I can reach out to and ask, hey, how's this going? What does this mean? And I'm fortunate to count some of my industry friends like yourself over the years who have grown up to either run their own companies or be CEOs of major corporations like Meredith, now running the New York Times. That I'm proud to count amongst the people that I will turn to for advice and counsel. And I left off Marla Kaplowitz in that list, which I shouldn't. She was my CEO at MEC, and she was a phenomenal champion of mine along the way. And there's probably a dozen others that I'm forgetting. So apologies, because I do love it.
Well, it's an amazing role. And yeah, I agree with you. Entrepreneurship is the best trial and error master's degree in history. And I'm
Absolutely.
sure you've had that over the last dozen years.
Absolutely.
Cool.
But you know this as well as I do, Ryan. This is a really small industry. And so you never know. Yeah. The person that is the intern to you today is the CEO of the next big hot company tomorrow. And so bring people up the way you want them brought up. Treat people with the way that you want to be treated. All that golden rule always still applies. And maintain those relationships, because you just never know where that person is going to be of influence in your life in the future, or where you can be of influence to them.
Well, you just described people on agency side, publisher side, brand side. And one of the questions here is that now that you've seen it from both sides, what's the biggest difference between working at an agency versus the brand side?
Ask me again in 6 months. I'm only a few weeks in right now. I think the quick answer that I can give you to that is that right now, what I'm seeing on the inside is just more depth and breadth of information in, how the sausage is made, how the decisions are made. On the agency side, I think we get this moment of like, the budget's cut, or they're asking for another rework of the media plan, right? There are real business needs that make those decisions. And I think I've always known that. It's just interesting to be on the inside of it. And I've said this long before I moved to the client side, but everybody you work with has their own truth happening in their world. They've got a boss to answer to, or the market to answer to, whatever position they're in. And your job on the agency side should always be to make your client look like a rock star, because if you make them look like a rock star, they're going to ultimately know that you're the person that's helping them succeed, and you will succeed in turn. And yeah, I think I think there's, in my role now, my opportunity is to make sure that the internal organization looks like rock stars. My job is to be in service to the brands.
Sage advice as always. So one more question. Obviously, again, caveat, she's less than a month in. So many brands have drastically reduced media budgets over the past few months. How has your media plan adjusted? You may not have things fleshed out yet. If your budget has been reduced, have you gotten more creative and efficient with your strategies?
It's a great question. So I don't think I can speak specifically to how the budget has shifted or changed. Not in a place to do that at the moment. What I can say is what I'm seeing across the industry, because I had views into this in my previous roles on the agency side, and of course talking to friends around the industry. There are certain categories where, and we see this in some of the public reporting too, certain categories where budgets have decreased dramatically, travel being one of them, right? Airlines having all of the challenges that they're having. And it's not a surprise. I think everyone is looking for the most efficient and effective media buys that they can get into market, ourselves included. And so how do we make sure that we're reaching them at the right time, at the right place, but really reducing as much waste as we possibly can along the way? I know that probably doesn't answer that person's question as deeply as they'd like to, and I'm sorry. So come back to me in a bit.
Well, you know that we're simpatico and that we love metrics and media. I geek out on all these things. One of the questions here is, obviously, we've known it for years coming, but it's a new development, obviously, with the cookie laws. So is L'Oreal, and obviously your experience before that, are you exploring contextual efforts to advertise, given the IDFA, the cookie laws going into effect? So how are ways you're going to be able to navigate what is a very weird new normal around CCPA and GDPR compliance?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think the future of a cookieless world is one of my favorite topics in general, outside of even just being a part of L'Oreal and helping the brands that I've helped over the years. I think we all need to take a minute and level set that a cookieless world is not a new thing. We've been headed down this road for a long time. Safari got rid of cookies a long time ago. So did Firefox. Like, this is not new information. This is just the big behemoth in the room that is Google finally doing it. And they've been talking about it for years. So it's not a surprise, but any marketer who is not building their first party data right now is not paying attention to what's coming in their future. So first and foremost, my advice to any marketer is make sure you understand the right ways to build authentic consumer connections and first party databases. Then also pay attention to your partners who are in the space. When we look across the media partners, there are going to be first party data collections in places that I think are going to be a bit of a surprise to folks. Or maybe they won't consider to have the same level of value that they probably should. And I'll use examples like Condé Nast and Hearst and Meredith Corporation. Places where we normally think of as magazines are actually becoming powerhouse digital partners. And in that powerhouse, they're also building paywalls or content walls that then have access to first party data, and they have audiences that are of interest. So how do we start to partner with folks like that to build access to talk to consumers still in a way that is authentic and well targeted? It doesn't answer every problem that the loss of first party cookies is going to do to us, right? Like, we are going to have multi-touch attribution problems. We are going to have a hard time tracking all of the things. I am hopeful that some of the things that the IAB and some of the other industry organizations are doing will be of benefit to all of us. But I still don't think we've completely agreed on standardized terms and conditions. So we've been aiming for that for 15, 20 years. And if we can agree on a universal ID, I will be shocked, but thrilled as an industry that we get there.
And is there, I imagine that there's weekly or monthly conversations, I don't know if you've been there for a month, where this is probably is the central portion. So I feel like, because on the TV side, everyone thinks about it in the kind of what the creative is, which audience is there. It's a very different scenario. You come from digital, you come from, obviously done social as well. is the internal discussion around this where everybody knows this is the future of it? Or again, even though it's been 2 years coming, we all saw it coming. Does it seem like people are kind of like, now what do we do now? Or are people prepared for the most part?
I think that varies company by company. Some companies were further ahead. Those who had direct consumer businesses are much further ahead in pulling together first party audiences and having conversations with the brands. Those that are not direct to consumer, your kind of classic CPGs that are out there, are still having a bit of a challenge figuring out what it is they offer to value in the consumer in exchange for access to that first party data. But those are going to be important things to continue to look at and build up. And those are you're right, those are going to be weekly strategic conversations about how brands evolve into that space. And I think everybody's going to be looking to move more quickly because it's not a television versus digital world anymore. It is all digital. And so we don't really need to talk about digital. We just need to talk about audiences, creative, and reaching those audiences with the right creative.
As always, sage advice. Thank you so much for your time, Shannon. We're going to actually bring back the team. But thanks so much, and have a great day, and we'll hopefully speak soon.
Bye.
Thanks so much, Shannon.
Appreciate
Thanks, Ryan. So big thanks to you both for kicking off the day. That was a great session to start. We are now going to move into a very exciting panel with marketing leaders from the beauty industry. We're joined by 3 female marketing leaders, Delali Capozzo, the head of marketing for Uoma Beauty, Demetria Mustin, the vice president of global marketing for PDC Brands, and Holly Can, a senior brand manager at Fenty Beauty. This session will be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, the director of strategic partnerships at Influential. Welcome to the stage, all of you, and have a great conversation.
Thank you, Chris. Everyone can hear me. We're good on the audio, right? Visuals look great. This is a photo moment. I'm going to take a screenshot later. Don't even worry about it. But thank you, Brand Innovators World out there. Thank you, attendees. If you are staying on since the first panel, we're going to continue on the beauty track. And if you're just tuning in, thank you for joining us. I'm super excited to be talking with 3 awesome leaders at brands I have the pleasure of being a consumer of myself. I'm representing Fenty Beauty on my face. I got some Cantu in the hair, got some Uoma on the eyes. We are here representing, and I know, Holly, you're Fenty skin, but, you know, Fenty in general, Fenty family, I'm here for you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for for just being here. I know that this is something that traditionally would be on a live stage. We'd be able to shake hands, maybe give hugs and everything like that. But I appreciate you guys taking the time and inviting us into your homes. So excited to have you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Awesome.
Thank you.
No problem. I want to kick this off and get right to it. Viewers everywhere want to know more, please check out the Brand Innovators link that dives into their awesome backgrounds at their companies. But I want to start by talking about the elephant in the room. You know, we're in a pandemic. It's been quite the year to start. It's been arguably one of the hardest weeks, I'd also say. And I want to hear from you guys as marketers at these companies, what have been some changes and some ways that you've had to adjust to these times that we're living in and, you know, think ahead in the future? I know, Demetria, to even start with you, a lot of Cantu's events and even events across PDC Brands have been very much so in person. You've been at events, you've been at festivals, you've been, you know, doing a lot of the work like that. How have you had to change and shift directions and perhaps even take to virtual stages like this?
So I think having the history of connecting with the community and being authentic is important. So having done that work in the past makes an easy transition to go online because we have our base and they know we're here for them. I have a great head of communications, Melissa Canty, that I work with, and we're doing a lot of Cantu Convos where we're just opening up for dialogue. So many times those conversations were had at events and in private and one-on-one, but now let's just open it up for all to connect. We really like to have that real-time feedback from our consumer, and so since we can't be at the events and we can't be face to face, why not take it online? And our consumers are passionate. They're really about letting my voice be heard. So it's great. We get to hear real-time feedback, whether it's about our product, whether it's about our brand, whether it's really about life and what's going on in the community. So it's been great just to be able to even expand our reach beyond the day-to-day events and go beyond the building by taking it online.
Awesome. That's great to hear. I feel like in that same track, thinking about consumers that have just been with you since day one and kind of the mass consumer set that you have, Delali over at Uoma, you're all inclusive, like arguably one of the more all inclusive brands out there, especially when it comes to multicultural beauty. How are you addressing sort of what's going on in the world and changing up marketing or social strategies over there?
Yeah, we decided to face it head on in a way that, to be completely honest, we weren't sure how it was going to land. We weren't sure how our community was going to react because, quite frankly, when the protesting started in Los Angeles, where we are based, we stopped posting about beauty altogether on our channels. It just was not a time to talk about makeup and cosmetics. This was a time to talk about what was going on literally outside our doors and through our windows and in communities around the country and around the world at that point. And we literally just started posting about what was going on and speaking about it and giving our community an outlet to talk about it because it was on their minds, it was on their heart. They were being affected by it. And it was a major, major risk for us to do that. But what we discovered was that is exactly what our community wanted. They wanted a place where they could talk about it. They wanted a brand who was willing to talk about it and be very honest and straightforward and listen. And not just doing that kind of listening and learning, because this positioning, this social justice is at the DNA of our brand. We literally take our creative direction from it. We take our ethos, even in the creation of our products, from it, around this idea of inclusivity and radical inclusivity in the luxury space. So this came naturally for us, but it was still a risk. But it was a risk we were willing to take, and it was totally worth it.
I hear you. And I mean, we are all appreciative, again, as a consumer, and just thinking about brands that have stepped up. It's just been imperative to do something. You are still a brand. You are still, have certain things and certain initiatives to abide by, but you kind of can't ignore, what's happening in general. And I know Fenty has stepped up in a lot of ways too. Fenty has, in general, a ton global reach. How have you guys addressed, inclusivity in your marketing and social efforts? I know working with different types of influencers and, different initiatives, targeted toward that has been a priority for you. But tell me more about what Fenty has done in the past several months.
Yeah, I mean, I think much like some of these other brands, inclusivity is at the core of everything that we do. Like, our brand was built on being inclusive. It was built on diversity. Diversity was built on talking to a consumer who hasn't been reached directly in the beauty space. And so keeping that in mind, everything that's been happening in the last few months has kind of been, I want to say for us, like a natural progression to continue talking to them and speaking to them and saying, like, we hear you. We have really built an authentic community. Again, talking to somebody who hasn't been spoken to. And so I think for us, we're just continuing to build on that momentum in terms of like who we're engaging with and what we're posting and what we're thinking about. And I think the response has been positive. Obviously, launching a new brand in this time it hasn't been easy. It was extremely challenging, but I would say, when you're a small, nimble brand, you're kind of built to respond quickly. And I think I'm proud of the work that we've done.
Agreed. And have you guys thinking about, so I imagine a lot of efforts have been on digital in general, but maybe shifted even more so to digital and social. Have you guys explored new platforms and kind of what does that look like?
I mean, our demographic is really young, so our demographic was already on digital anyways. So moving, this whole COVID world, moving everything digital was like, we've already been doing that. We've been here forever. I think the biggest thing, like, I don't know if you guys were aware about like our launch party. Typically we have like really big parties and events, just like Demetria talked about, and we had to shift that all to an online social event, which was it was a very big deal for us. It's the first time doing something like that to that magnitude. We built this whole like huge house party I don't know if you had the pleasure to join, but I think, you know, our consumers responded really well to it. I think we did the best we could in giving that live in-person experience through a digital platform, and I'm pleased with the work that we've done. But you know, it is challenging to navigate. These are new waters for all of us, and so I think we're all just like, you know, getting creative where we can, and you know, obviously sticking to know what works, but probably trying a few new things here and there.
Yeah, Demetria, how has, are there certain, I mean, not to mention, you know, TikTok as the most obvious platform, but have there been, I know you guys recently have done several different, you know, virtual events. Can you kind of explain a little bit about some of those initiatives that have happened and some that might be coming up in the future to reach those audiences?
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys have seen, but our Cantu Combos, like we've trying to stay, you know, what's going on in the culture. So Black is King launched, and we had the hairstylist on, and she talked about the different styles, and basically going beyond the hairstyles and going beyond the brand is where we're actually going, where she talked about her story and why she does hair, and knowing that the power of having a certain hairstyle can change you internally. And that's what drove her to be a stylist. And like having someone come in the chair and is going through mental problems and then getting their hair done and being able to walk away with a new step and some confidence. And so that's a lot of what we're doing. You know, Delali talked about it, but you know, in this environment, yes, hair, the functionality of our shampoos and conditioners, hair care products are obviously very important, but it's sometimes going beyond the brand to know what's going on internally with the consumer, and just showing up and being there for her in a way that maybe we haven't in the past, or we've done more behind the scenes. Now we're being more formal about it, more vocal about it, and intentional. So you'll see with our combos and our different things that we've talked about. We talked about mental health. We've talked about, like I said, obviously different hairstyles. We've had a conversation about our company and who's behind the brand. So I think it's really important that as an industry, we show up and be real and be authentic with our consumers and show them that we have their back and their best intentions at the forefront.
I think that's a great segue. It leads me to think about, I know in Delali and Uoma's bio on Instagram, it says, for all those who have been left out. And I've seen it for a while now. In what ways has that mindset as a brand shifted? And are there tactical things that you've done to continue that mindset? And even, I mean, I want to know, how does that look as a task force internally to, you know, bring these ideas to the table and communicate this is what we're going to do as a brand, knowing, you know, that this is affecting all of us?
Yeah. So, you know, that is another one of those tenets that was at the very core of the founding of the brand, this idea that there was no brand out there that welcomed everyone. You know, there are these standards of beauty. We wanted to rid ourselves of that. We wanted to welcome anybody who loved color into this space to play and create and have fun. And that actually, from an internal team standpoint, has brought together an incredibly diverse team. We are a team that's made up of Africans, that's made up of Taiwanese citizens, French people, Americans. Like, it's really, really dynamic, diverse, racially diverse. We're a global brand as well. And that is critically important for us. We can't be, you know, pushing forward one single mindset or just an American ideal or American storytelling. I mean, the brand inherently is telling African stories and global diasporic stories. And so it's really important for us to be able to have that internally. But from a reflection standpoint, we reflect our audience. You know, we are really engaged with, you know, our community on social media. We repost their images, we engage with their comments, we engage with their stories. Even in our advertising, a lot of our ads feature non-models or young creators, because that is who is out there. You know, this deal of this standard of beauty and this one way of being and this one look and image, that whole thing is over. You know, beauty is a space that needs to be made available and made comfortable and made open for all and exploration. And that is critical to how we position ourselves from a marketing perspective.
Awesome. I mean, I applaud again all of you guys for putting in the work in that way. Fenty, I'm sure, is the same way. I know that you just joined a new team and developing a new brand. Is that helpful to think about moving forward in a very much so like inclusive state as a brand? Is it helpful to have team members there kind of amplifying voices internally to leadership and people giving us the green light to move forward in some specific initiatives?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think this is why like D&I and the diversity work is so important, because without that, we don't have different perspectives. We don't have different ideas coming to the table. We don't have different stories that can be told. And, if your internal teams are very one note, you're not going to get the diversity that we're looking for. We're not going to get the inclusivity. We're not going to push the boundaries and the standards of beauty that we're all working to push if the same person is at the room and they're in the table. So I think, working on a brand like mine, it's amazing to have such a iconic brand founder who believes in, all of these things, and she herself is a global citizen, and it really helps bring a different perspective to everything we do. I even myself have found, thinking about things the last few months differently than I ever have before. We made the skincare brand for everybody, men, women, whoever you are. Like we want you to be able to reach. We want you to be able to use it, and so. Talking to the people within my team, like that perspective it's necessary. It's more than necessary.
100%. Is it more helpful to get more personal and have these conversations because we're working from home, or what are some of those challenges? And that goes for all of you.
Yeah, I feel like personally, like working from home has opened people up in a way that I haven't seen within my company and office, because I feel like we're all a lot of us are in the comforts of our home, and these are safe spaces for us, literally. And so I feel like it's brought like different sides out of people that I normally wouldn't get. It's brought different ideas. I feel like you're not in a room with like the energy that, sometimes can be questionable depending on the type of room you're in. And I feel like it's just like, it can bring out a lot of different things that we normally don't tap into while we're in the office. So I think in terms of like building a brand and what we've been doing, it's been really helpful. I don't want to go back, but that's just me. Don't tell them I said that.
Yeah, I feel you. I share your sentiment. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Is it the same at Wilma, at Cantu, working from home? I'm sure, you're seeing people's background, you're seeing people's kids. Does it help kind of create a personal environment to move forward with definitely projects that you're working on as a brand, but even to talk about stickier conversations that you may not have in the office?
Yeah, so for us, we're a very small team. We're a very, very small team here in the States, but globally overall, we're a small team, probably much smaller than people imagine. And so we are very connected. We are constantly texting each other. We're WhatsApping each other. We're all up in each other's business as it is already. But when coronavirus hit and you actually got to see the inside of people's homes, and you got to see them when, there's some days where it's like, I am not turning this camera on, guys. Like, it's not going to happen. I'm not in that place. And then some, I'm not in that place, but I turn the camera on and I'm like, hey, here it is. This is me. Let's go. Like, it has allowed people to strip away a lot of that artifice that comes with showing up at the office, even the stress of like, what am I going to wear? Like, whatever, I'm going to wear whatever. And it might look like one thing up top and down below, it's like shorts or whatever. But I think that it's, we're all going through something. We're going through something as a company. We're going through something as individuals. It might be affecting our families. It's affecting our communities. It's affecting our neighbors. And this has been a really interesting time where that has brought everyone together. There's been real understanding, a lot more patience, a lot more balance, giving people time to rest, giving people time to, take a minute, because it's difficult to just turn these things off and then just show up to work or show up on a Zoom and like just be ready to go. These things are affecting us in our daily lives. And right at the beginning, when you couldn't even leave your house, like going to the grocery store was a perilous journey. We needed those Zoom calls. We would sit on those Zoom calls for hours just talking. So, I think it's really opened everybody up.
I think I think what's different here is that I've been remote, and we have a corporate office, and really just my typical would just fly back and forth or fly to my team in different parts of the country. So it was a lot of like connecting on the road. And with the whole entire office going remote, actually, I feel like it's brought at least my team closer in to everyone in the rest of the organization. So if other organizations had people who were remote, sometimes, the side conversations that might happen, in the hallway on the way to the next meeting, you may miss that and then you have to catch up. But now all those side conversations are on the computer, and everybody's connecting the same way and picking up the phone and FaceTiming or Zoom calling or whatever it may be. And so I do feel like, in this environment, it actually has brought our team closer into the entire organization, where before it was a lot of like getting off a plane, rushing, let's get through this meeting, let's catch the flight, let's go back to the next place. And now we just have a time to just stop and think and reflect and really be strategic in our moves, versus in the past we were just running. So it's been good, actually.
Yeah, I hear you. I know here we have certain ongoing, internal meetings with like the larger company, but then also smaller groups and teams to, connect and definitely talk about the business, but then also opens it up, especially in the smaller groups, to just talk about how we're feeling. We are at home. There's just a lot going on. I know a lot of people have, TV in the background of a lot of these Zoom calls. Are there any like rituals you guys have experienced or are thinking about as internal teams or within your companies that have been particularly helpful? And you can kind of elaborate upon that if there is anything you guys want to call out.
I think when quarantine started, we had like this, my team had this like daily check-in, because all of us were just like, we didn't know what was going to happen. We couldn't leave our houses. I know everyone was feeling the same way. And so we started off with these daily check-ins just to see like, how are we doing? How are we feeling being isolated? As quarantine or the shelter in place has kind of extended and we've gotten used to it, that's kind of worn down. But I think we've done a really good job of intentionally just checking in with each other as much as possible, more so than I've ever felt before. I don't think I've had so many people ask me about my well-being up until like the last few months. So it's been really great. Personally, I've definitely adjusted my schedule and done incorporated some different rituals to make sure like I'm breaking up my day and, I'm in the right state of mind when I wake up to walk to my desk to go to work. But, I think that's a really good question. I'm excited to hear if anybody else has anything they've been doing.
I think music, personally, if I were to jump in and ask, like some sort of music in the back. It's not oftentimes, you work in an office that allows that. But I mean, when you're at home, you kind of have more freedoms, a morning tea, some music, yoga, if I can throw it in there, it's always been super helpful. Thinking about, mental health and everything like that. Want to shift it a little bit and talk about consumers and the importance of research a little bit. Thinking about, of course, you've listened to your consumers and you can hear them and see what they're saying on social. How important has that been in thinking about the future of your products, of, specific campaigns coming up? I know holidays here or right around the corner, however you look at it. How important has, diving into the numbers and looking at the data been toward thinking forward for your brands? Demetria, do you want to take this off?
Sure. So, we do the typical qualitative, quantitative research, but with the environment, that has changed. So, we had focus groups planned for March, and all of a sudden we can't do focus groups, in-person focus groups anymore. What do we do? And so we've worked with our partners to do digital studies, digital diaries, different things like that, to really understand what's going on inside the home of our consumers. A quote that I got from, it's no longer like what they're doing outside of the home, but what's going on at the couch. And so how are they making their decisions? Who is influencing them to make those decisions? And so those are the things that we're kind of diving into. And specifically with the brand, constantly looking at how can we create these solutions that are unique to her needs, and especially with her being at home. She is not going to the salon all the time. She's trying to figure out how to manage her hair at home in a way that maybe she used to pay someone to do in the past. And we want to make sure her hair stays healthy and kind of simplify the process for her. So that's the reason for maybe some of our new innovation or some of the things we're coming out or bundling or different things like that. And for the holiday season, so we just make it easy because she's got enough going on and enough things she's got to handle on top of her hair and her beauty routine.
I hear you. I'm curious to know, has Uoma, I mean, it's makeup, it's beauty. I know luxury itself is kind of sitting in its own very, challenging space right now. Are people really willing to spend that much money on a pair of shoes in that space and things like that? But makeup, I'm curious to know, how has that been from a consumer journey, and what do those insights look like, and how are you using that to look forward and plan ahead?
Yeah, so Uoma has a really strong retailer network, both here in the States and abroad. And so when everything shut down, obviously all of the attention came to the website. All of the traffic came to our website. And, for some of our partners, their e-tail websites, but definitely our website blew up. And so that meant a whole lot more customer service across every single channel where a customer could reach us. So single social channel, our customer service emails, customer service would start slipping into our personal, Instagram DMs and things like that for people just trying to find a way to connect. And so that has turned out to become, even more so than it was before, like a rich goldmine of understanding and really getting to be able to connect directly with our customers in a very intimate and personal way. All of us on the team do some level of customer service. Literally every single one of us do some level of customer service. We're all in DMs. We're all on our customer service emails. We are all finding ways to connect customer stories and kind of tease out through lines for new product ideas or edits to products that we've already launched. What is it that they love about this product, but that's giving them a little bit of trouble? Or what is it that they would like to see in a product upcoming? And that has actually directed our next product launch, which will be coming out in the next few weeks, which we're super excited about. But that has come directly out of our customers, telling us that they wanted to see this product. And that, in my opinion, is one of the strongest ways to lead into product development. Is to actually listen to the consumer, listen to the market, see what they're specifically asking you for, and then deliver that to them. So it has been an incredible opportunity to really get close to the customer and build actual direct relationships.
That's a great point. I can't wait to personally leave all of the reviews and comments on the Uoma Beauty products that I have. Hopefully that inspires something. I'll take note. Mark this day.
Yes, thank you.
In the future. I mean, we're very similar at our company and really trying to listen to clients and what they're looking to get out of it. Yes, we run influencer campaigns, that you might see on every social platform, but we go a step further in making sure like they actually drive, ROI into your business or, change consumer perception if that's something that you were looking for as a brand. So, being nimble and kind of like working with the team that you have in place and moving quickly based on some of that feedback you have from your partners. I'm curious to know, I'm going to dive into a question, but I personally have it as well. People are wanting to hear about TikTok and if you're willing to invest in it and IGTV and Reels. Is that a place and an area that you guys are talking about as a brand? I know that there's certainly a need from a consumer and audience lens. How are you guys tapping into those? Let's see. Holly, you want to kick us off?
Cool. I think the whole TikTok thing, we're obviously still leaning into every social channel right now. I think a lot of it is a little bit up in the air and TBD. As a new brand, we're still kind of on the phase of trying to figure out like how to best connect with our consumer and who we're actually going after. Obviously, there's a lot of crossover with Fenty Beauty, but There's still some exploration to do there, but I think, you know, there's a lot I could say that I'm probably not at liberty to speak about right now, but I'll just say we're still working through that.
No, that's honest. That's honest. Is Cantu exploring different mediums to reach new audiences, different people? You know, Reels is everywhere, but curious to know your thoughts.
Yes, we too are more in the discovery phase, really trying to figure out which platform that we should kind of focus in on. And you know, it's Reels, it's OTT, it's all these things that have changed the way the consumers consume entertainment with COVID. So we're looking at, okay, what's the best fit for our brand? But in the meantime, doing a lot of social listening, because organically we're there with consumers and them doing their videos or doing their hair, and just kind of tracking who are the talent, what are they saying, how are we showing up, what makes sense, what's authentic. So more to come there. Definitely planning to expand, but we're really trying to figure out what's the best avenue at this time.
Yeah, and in terms
that
of
makes
us,
a ton of sense.
oh, sorry. In terms of us, I think that, you know, one of our challenges is we are a really small team. So it doesn't make sense for us to spread ourselves too thinly across every single platform, just trying to get in there. Not every platform makes sense for every brand. And so when I get this question or people are asking for advice, should we jump on TikTok? It's really about understanding where your community is and where your core competency also is, right? Mm-hmm. Because you don't want to jump on every platform just for the sake of being there. It's also about being able to invest and actually build something meaningful. So if you don't have members on your team who really understand that platform, or if your product doesn't make sense on that platform, just let it lay. It's all right. Because invariably someone's figuring out how to get you there. We have a presence on every single one of these platforms. We have a presence on TikTok. We have a presence here and there, but we don't necessarily have a presence as a brand. And I think it's about also understanding where your consumers want to see you the most. Where are they bringing you? And then understanding whether it makes sense for you to actually join them there and engage with that. Because, you know, just speaking from a marketer's perspective, that requires investment, that requires time, energy, money, content creation. And you always want to make sure that you're directing that and those resources in the right way.
Can I add to that, which something someone told me in my career years ago, and I think it goes back to the question of why. What's the reason for being? Not just going along with the trends for trend's sake. And I think having a very clear, a concise strategic plan for each platform is key. So are you educating? Are you just being beautiful? Are you part of the conversation? Is this for the culture? Like, why are you there? And what are you showing up, you know, to be? So I think that's a great feedback, and others should think about before you jump into all these different places. Really try to answer the question of why, and why is this important for our consumer?
Right.
1,000% agree. That kind of leads me into, this is a two-part question. It's someone's asking, what advice would you give marketers that are starting out, specifically in influencer marketing? I think that we can talk about marketing as a whole, but if you want to touch on the influencer portion, and then the second part of it, has anyone given you advice or been a mentor in your career? So we'll start with the first. What advice would you give marketers that are starting out in this space right now? Let's see, Delali, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, absolutely. So specifically as it relates to influencer marketing, was that the question? Yeah, so influencer marketing is a murky space, and I can't imagine it's going to get any clearer anytime soon. One of the things that I know for a fact is it's incredibly important that whichever influencers you partner with, be they micro influencers, macro influencers, that they are a real partner to your brand. So in other words, it makes sense to have a relationship with this person. You're not just jumping on a bandwagon because so and so is hot right now, right?
Right.
It really has to mesh with the DNA of your brand. They have to have the same ideals and sort of perspective as your brand, because they are walking out there as brand ambassadors at the end of the day. They are an extension of your brand. And so it's really important that there is some organic connection there. There's some authenticity there. And likewise, it's not all about macro influencers. I mean, when I started my own company prior to joining OMA, I had a beauty box company. And at the time, the only influencers there were the big ones. You know, like it didn't make sense to talk to anybody else. It was only focused on a handful of really major influencers. And we couldn't afford that, quite frankly. And so we focused on cultivating our own influencers. We actually turned our customers into our influencers. And after we started to post them more frequently, people started to look at them as our brand extension. So it's not just about kind of taking the influencers that are coming down the pipeline and being like, oh, so-and-so is the hot new thing right now. It's also about cultivating those voices, those creators from your own community. Because likewise, if you want to be inclusive and if you want to reflect your community, wouldn't it be most beneficial to pull from that community to help you tell your brand story?
100%. I know everyone's using influencers in a really specific way, each one of you guys. Does anyone want to elaborate? I know, Holly, you guys have done a lot, just given where you guys have emerged as a brand from an influencer perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think the influencer space is definitely very tricky to navigate. I think, like we've all talked about, having a strategy and being very clear about like who and why you're going after and what it is that you want for them. I think, you know, depending on the product and depending on what you're offering, you know, influencers might not even be that impactful for you. Like Delali was saying, like sometimes it's your own consumers who are more trusted, who have a better perspective, who can really like tell your story and are about your brand DNA and sell the product. I think like the influencer space, we just said, is so murky. And so just being very clear on like what you're looking for will really help drive, you know, a strategy and what you end up executing.
I think I totally agree with both of you ladies. I think there has definitely been a change where people have migrated from, this is just a pretty face with beautiful imagery, with what do they stand for? What is their foundation? What is the cause behind them? And so no longer is it just like, look at me, I'm so beautiful. It's more so like, this is what I stand for, and this brand makes sense to come alongside of me because we stand for the same thing. If you are an up and coming business, you know, Cantu, Delali, we go way back, but a long time ago, we didn't have a budget. And so we used a lot of user generated content, and we you know had to partner, whether it's our user generated content or a partner who has followers who we can be part of. And so if you're starting up and you don't have a huge budget and I can't afford all these macro influencers, find out the people who are using your product, send them more product and have them do all kinds of user generated thing, and then you can post it and you can boost it, and then voila, you start having this content, and very authentic, very real, very raw, that consumers can get behind, and you can build your equity and build your credibility.
Couldn't have said it better. This is great. Another question from the audience. Oh, so the second part was did you guys have a mentor specifically giving you advice leading into either, if we're talking about this category of brands and marketing, or even you as an individual? Has anyone been out there giving you advice throughout your career trajectory? And if you could share some of that with all of us, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I've had a really non-traditional career path. And so I honestly would not be in the space that I am now if I didn't have a mentor and somebody who was kind of guiding me. I always tell people, like, I went to school, I was pre-law, I'm clearly not a lawyer. I started working in operations. I'm not in operations. And I basically had somebody who cared and saw my potential and said, like, you need to really move your career and look at this and look at being a marketer. And so that's kind of where it all kicked off. I think having people who can guide you and see things for you is extremely helpful. to have an outside perspective. And, you know, I think we all know, like, it takes a village, and it's no different with your career. I think mentorship is extremely important. It's also important for me to give back and also mentor people who are coming up under me. So they also, like, you know, have the support and the guidance. But for me, it's been so impactful and so huge.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I had a mentor who told me once that he had been a CMO of major companies, everything from Visa, American Express, all kinds of things. And he told me that he had a personal board of directors where he had essentially put together a group of people who come from different areas. Some of them worked in marketing, some of them didn't work in marketing. And so when he would be presented with, you know, a challenging situation or a job opportunity, or, you know, what do I do with this strategy? He would take it to all of them and he would kind of get input from all of them, whether they were in his industry or not in his industry, just to kind of, you know, help him level set and give him some perspective from the outside. And I really loved that idea of a personal board of directors, because also, you know, having one mentor and sort of laying everything at the foot of one mentor can sometimes be overwhelming for that person, make them busy, and or they don't have an idea of how to help you, and now you're stuck because you just have this one person in mind. I think it's really important and dynamic to have different viewpoints, especially now that, you know, our careers are these meandering things. They are no longer you join one company and you hang in there for 20. So it's important to, you know, make sure you have your ear to the ground in a lot of different spaces and you're aware of what's going on around you. And you can be connected to those people because they can even help you on your journey and give you new opportunities or give you new insights or direct you, as Holly was saying, and, you know, hey, I know you really have this idea, one idea for yourself. What about this other concept, you know? So I like the idea of having this board of directors.
Can I just add to that? Because I don't really have mentors. I call them teachers, which is similar to her board of directors. And one thing I want to leave with the viewers is look at each opportunity you have as a class. So like you're looking at it as a course. And in this course, look for your internal and external teachers. I've had some really good teachers externally with my buyers and consumers of the product to teach me, and then internally, whether it's people that report to you or people that you report to, look at each opportunity and each phase in your career as a course. And are you passing this course, or are you failing this course, or you've already passed it and it's time to move on to the next course? So always keep that in the back of your mind as you go through the journey, wherever it may take you.
Genius. Love
I
it.
agree. Thank you so much. You guys, it's not enough time to say it at the least. I know that we were like, you know, how are we going to fill the time? Not enough time. We can talk about this for days. I think you guys gave really great information, thinking about being intentional in your work, being specific, and really reflecting who your consumers are. So thank you so much for letting us walk away with that. It's a historic day for a lot of reasons. August 28th, we'll, you know, dive into that and what that looks like. But I'd argue that this is another event to add to that. So thank you all for sharing your insights. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for just being on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Thank you all so much. It's so funny. I was actually thinking exactly what you said, Tiffany. It felt like we were just scratching the surface. This is a great group of women and there was so much to say. So thank you guys again for participating. It was a wonderful session. Really got a lot out of it. So this is actually the Tiffany hour, apparently, or the Tiffany 2 hours. She is our number one supporter of the Brand Innovators Days, and as such, she you know, ends up getting a lot of screen time. So the way it worked out today is that she's doing back-to-back sessions. So a little bit more Tiffany for you. We're thrilled to be joined by Jean Bright, the Vice President of Global Platform Investment at Essence, and April Yao, the Group Director for Account Services at Major Tom. The session will, of course, be moderated by our own Tiffany Pettit. Welcome to the stage, Jean and April.
Hi, ladies. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Happy Friday. Good. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us. Again, Brand Innovators team, if they're following with me from, panel 1 to now panel 3, thank you so much for staying on. Super excited to hear from 2 amazing women from an agency perspective this time, and talking about things that are going on in the world and, what's going on with your clients. Would love to start just again about the elephant in the room, knowing that we're working from home and that we're in a pandemic. How have you guys adjusted since March? And has there been a specific dramatic shift in sort of consumer tone and some social needs that you guys are looking to address for your clients? Jean, you want to kick us off?
Sure. So, it's been kind of a wild time. I actually had a baby in March. So she's not named Corona. My husband joked that was going to happen, but she's not. Yes. So that has been interesting, to put it mildly. So I'm somewhat recently back to work, and so I've kind of had to. I thought working from home was going to be easier than it's been, but just trying to make sure that I spend some time outside and things like that, I think has been really helpful. From a consumer standpoint, obviously the world of social media, just the sheer amount of usage has really gone up. And so, people are staying at home more, they're connecting with our friends and family digitally and oftentimes through social media. So from a client perspective, that obviously has a lot of opportunities too. So how are we making sure that we're reaching those people, when they're doing multiple devices? How do we make sure that we are allocating our budget in the same way that the platform usage is increasing? So, out of home, probably not doing as much out of home. Should be moving some of that money into social media or into video advertising. Those are some of the things that we're talking about and have been talking about with our clients. It'll be interesting to see just how much of is it a permanent shift? Is it, I think obviously this has been we're understanding this is going to be a little bit longer than we had anticipated at the beginning. And so how do we make sure that, midterm, probably not short term, but midterm, are we changing activity? And hopefully long term, maybe, are we going to be going back to what way things were, or are we going to be shifting more permanently?
Wow, first of all, that is incredible that you've had a baby during all this and managing everything else and all of 2020 and all the other events that have happened. I think the name of the game has been being adaptive, accessible, and I think compassionate, not only for ourselves, but for our clients, for our consumers. There's been so much going on, and to say that it's been wild is, I feel like, a huge understatement, just all of 2020, to think that Australia was on fire in February, which seems, 5 years ago even. I think the biggest shift in my world here has, definitely been working from home. We were lucky that at my agency, we were sort of going half remote already. So we were lucky to have that home set up, like the double monitors and all that, and managing teams across both East Coast and West Coast and Canada and the US. Surprisingly, it actually made it a little bit more inclusive or more connected, I felt, because managing teams remotely can be challenging. I think now it's kind of forced everyone to find those intentional connections. And so I've actually really enjoyed having this time to be able to connect not only to my team here, but also across Canada and the US. From a personal standpoint, I think it's been putting structure in place that's been really, really important. There's so much chaos going on and so many things you can't control. So really focusing on what you can, which is your health, your diet and your exercise. Definitely, a bit hard on the exercise bit for a little while. And, having those kind of structures in place is really helpful. Ensuring that you have a good morning routine and an evening routine has been really important as well. Because it's not working from home, it's now your home office. So there's no separation, and it's really important to have like a closing piece. So, for me, when the workday is over, I actually tear everything down, and it sounds like it's really annoying, which it can be a process for sure, but putting everything away. And then at nighttime, I put everything up again so that in the morning it's reset up. So, there's really an end to your day and a start to your day. From a consumer standpoint, it's been really challenging, or sorry, I guess from a brand standpoint, a client standpoint, it has been challenging because, when the initial wave of Corona hit and the pandemic and all the tsunami of fear kind of came over, most brands and consumers are practicing austerity. So of course, understandably, the marketing budgets have decreased. So, similar to what you said, it's been about making sure that your budgets are going a mile for you and really working in your favor and understanding what channels are important. Making sure that you have specific strategies for each of the channels and it's not just one kind of spray piece there. And being a digitally focused agency, it's been great because we've been getting more room to be creative in spaces in the channels that we're experts in. And yeah, it's been cool to kind of see the change in creative flair and the shift from very polished assets to more user generated content and more I guess home videos, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. On the first note you made, talking about creating like a schedule and routine for yourself, there's a meme out there that said the realization when you don't just work from home, but you live at work. And it was like mind blown. You're just like, wait a second. So yeah, the importance of, making sure there's some sort of distinction. Like I said, happy Friday. And typically in emails, I'm like, I'm hoping that means something positive for you. And it's not just like blending into the weekend, hopefully there's a chance for you to turn off in a bit. But thinking about for your clients and how they're, talking to their consumers or looking to reach them. I'm curious to know if there's been one specific marketing strategy that has worked for like a new one that has worked in the past 6 months that, you might have had to change direction on. And is there maybe some work that you guys are doing looking towards the later half of the year, even 2020, should we still be in this specific position as a nation? Jean?
Yeah, so I think our clients have definitely been certainly more flexible. I think we've all had to be a little bit more flexible, right? I think that's a good word. And so certainly there have been a lot of budget changes, a lot of budget shifts. I think the Stop Hate for Profit activity in July was definitely a big thing that we had to consider, and every client made their own decision on that. And it did have some ramifications, certainly on probably from a negative standpoint from Facebook, but certainly positive for other platforms that. Facebook's really been this big Goliath that it's hard for other partners that can't meet that performance exactly. And I think a lot of clients were a lot more open to, having deeper level conversations with, let's say, a Snapchat, or areas where they're thinking that, it may not always be a perfect fit, or they have a preconceived notion of what that channel is or does or is for. And is really able to like kind of shift their mindset, and we've seen really good success too. So it's been very cool to see, for some of these platforms or channels where it maybe wasn't a great fit in the past, like just being a little bit more open based on these changes in user behavior or other industry-wide changes.
And you make a great point. Both of you have made this point or touched on it just a bit. Of course, driving business outcomes is ultimately super important for your clients, but there also is a need to think about being creative and, thinking about the messaging that goes in some of your marketing efforts too. Has that been a direction that's been, easier to pivot toward, given sort of the personal relationship that you have working from home and, being candid about the fact that, yes, this needs to actually deliver on what we're looking for, but how do we do so in a way that's authentic and communicating to our consumers? How have you guys shifted and has that actually been a trend across your clients and thinking about the messaging more so than the measurement? April?
Yeah, I've been really fortunate to have clients that have been very open to that kind of conversation. I think more than ever, consumers are holding brands accountable, which is, I think, a really great thing. One that it's really shifts
Yeah.
in terms of messaging, is brand transparency, focusing on local supply chain, focusing on the people, really humanizing the brand, ensuring that what you're communicating is not just performative allyship, that it's actually real and they're making actionable impact within their community, within their industry, within their company. So we've had brands who maybe previously didn't have, say, DEI committees that are having that now and having those conversations and changing it from the executive level and not just, having more women or people of color within their marketing efforts. There's been a big shift in terms of upcoming campaign launches and, with those conversations that we've had, ensuring that the messaging is that good balance between your brand voice, staying authentic, but also sensitive to what, is going on. I think it's been an ever-changing piece. I know everyone keeps saying it's unprecedented and all its uncertainty, but that's really what it is. And it is adaptability and, like you mentioned, flexibility that's been really, really important. And I think making sure that the channels that we're investing in are the ones that make sense for our users. Understanding user behavior is really, really important for us. Data is at the crux of everything. And while everything does continue to change, the best thing that we can do as marketers is take a look at the past data. And it's not, now I'm not looking at the past year, it's looking at the past 30 days, 60 days, even a week, even days, depending on what's happening within the social sphere and, media headlines and all that. So it's really just being super open to everything that is available to us and ensuring that we have our fingers on the pulse as much as we can, but also knowing that, plans can change at a drop of a hat.
And I think building on what April was talking about, I think clients are, brands are more open now to be taking a stand, which I think is, even for really sizable, large companies, willing to take a stand, oftentimes at the detriment of their performance. And I think that is a really big shift, and a really positive shift of it's not, yes, like we want to drive the best performance we possibly can, but that should not be the goal completely. That shouldn't be, there are other things to consider. Is it the right company you want to be sending your money to? Is it, do you have diverse representation in your creative, in your company, and all these things? I think it's such a great and so overdue thing that companies and big brands are really starting to think about.
I love the shift to being more values oriented. If brands were that before, they're definitely being held accountable for that now, and it's filtering into the influencers that they're using, the people that they're being involved with, the suppliers that they're, working with, and the partners and all that. And I think it's a really good shift that really needed to happen. Challenging, of course, but like you mentioned, sometimes it's at the detriment of the brand or of the business, but more important for them for the long term, because that's how you're going to ensure that you are going to be there for the long term and have that brand equity and credibility.
I couldn't agree more. I know as a company, my next question had to do with sort of the research, and you guys are listening to customers and, what trends are happening across verticals, across channels and things like that. And, we've been paying attention to it too. Has there been specific digital, it's sort of saying, specific platforms, everyone's talking about TikTok, everyone's talking about Reels, new features and stuff, but has some of that research that you've seen kind of led or opened up the possibility for your clients to tap into that and be early adopters of new features or new platforms, new mediums out there? Let's see, April, you want to take a shot?
Sure, yeah. I think what's been cool is brands are more open to platforms that maybe they're not even new platforms, they're just maybe platforms they weren't particularly comfortable with before. So Pinterest has been a big one for some of the brands that were previously, just, let's say, Google and Facebook and Instagram, and that was it. That's their, comfort zone, and that's what brought in revenue before. But we've seen a big shift within, Pinterest pinners. For example, people have been searching for holidays since April. And there's been a 70% increase year over year, because I think, as there's so much happiness happening around us, trying to focus on something that will bring us joy, like the holidays, is something that people are thinking of. So brands are becoming more and more open. I would say TikTok is definitely one that, people are becoming more open to as well, and especially from an organic standpoint. Snapchat, of course, too. But again, I think it's really dependent on the user behavior of particular clients and what channel and platform that they're going to be most on. I think another big shift has been looking at devices. Connected TV and podcast has been a big one because now people have probably 3 screens at a time, your tablet, your phone, and your laptop. And just, making sure that, again, you're using the budget wisely and communicating a message that makes sense for your audience.
Totally. Couldn't agree more. I'm curious to know from an internal structure standpoint, thinking about your organization, not necessarily your clients, has working from home made those experiences more valuable? Are there certain rituals you do with your team members to connect and share ideas? I know it's tough to be creative within the confines of 4 walls of your apartment or your home, wherever you are, but what's like a work from home tactic that's been working really well to inspire creativity or innovation for your clients?
Yeah, I think similarly to April, Essence was on a more flexible working scenario situation prior to all of this. So, Google is our kind of flagship client, and so Google Meet video chats have been the standard for all of our meetings forever. And so not having to shift that much, video chats are kind of always been a thing. Our company is pretty spread out, not just nationally, but also internationally. And so it has definitely been beneficial to be used to working with someone for a couple of years. There's someone in the UK that I love, and I've never met her in person. We worked together for 2 years, and we joke every time not every time we talk, but a lot of times of, I can't believe, I don't know what the back of your head looks like, like you just don't know. I don't really know how tall you are either. But there's so much with just the technology we have access to that it does allow you to have these personal connections that can be very deep. But it's also can be tough. Like it is hard being on a video chat almost all day long. And so how do you find those places where you're like, hey, I'm going to take a walk, do it over a phone call, or just kind of give yourself little breaks on that. In terms of creativity, I mean, I think we're doing the best we can in terms of team meetings over video chat. I think the Zoom games has kind of gone down a little bit than it was in April and May, but I do think that we find ways to kind of talk about our highs and lows, and it helps that occasionally a kid walks in or a dog barks, and kind of just helps keep it all on a personal level too.
Totally.
I personally love when dogs or kids come in and it's unexpected because it just makes it so real. I think we first saw that with that BBC reporter. I think was that last year where the kids came in and the mom had to pull the kids back. Yeah, for us, we do stand-up. So I have stand-ups with my team Tuesday, Thursdays, and then we have leadership stand-ups Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. And in each stand-up, we talk about our SMIT and also one thing that we're grateful for. So it allows us to kind of, give a real focus on what is the most important in that day, but then also to talk, have that gratitude piece. And I think that's been really important. We have weekly weekly company-wide meetings on Wednesdays as well, where we do, lunch and learns and various kind of presentations there. As teams, we've been doing kind of like virtual happy hours. There's also a standing lunchroom Zoom, so if you want to go in there and have lunch and chat, then we have that too. We're really lucky at Major Tom that our leadership has always been very human focused, and over the past couple of months, they have been really pushing for people to take vacations if they haven't taken vacations, because it's so important to have that separation and have that downtime. And I know with my team, I will sometimes send, kind of test emails while they're away just to make sure that they're not checking their emails, because it's so important to not have Slack, not be on, email when you're trying to really replenish your soul, because, it's just so important to be able to have that balance. And right now, when there is no boundaries, to really create those standardized boundaries.
That's such an interesting note. I'm so curious if, like, my experience, if I got an email, I think I might still respond and get in trouble. I'd be like, sorry, but I did, but I'm off now. Like, I feel like that would be it. That's super helpful. And I mean, just so important. There's a lot going on. We need to care about ourselves. How are we going to be, you know, our best for our clients, for our own organizations if we're not there for ourselves? I'm curious to know, have you guys taken into or taken a dive into new mediums to absorb information, like news, podcasts, thinking about music? What are you guys reading up on or listening to these days to kind of inspire, I guess, your work week, whether it's a professional podcast or even personally, if there's anything that's been inspirational? Jean?
That is a really good question. I feel my Twitter feed is a mixed bag. I've tried to make it more professionally oriented in terms of thought leaders that I respect and follow. And there are definitely some really good pieces of it, but then the occasional news or other things sneak in. So sometimes I just have to like put it down and I have to tell myself to put it down now. So yeah, and the podcasts, I try every once in a while where I can. Baby makes it a little tougher though.
Yeah, you have a lot going on. We get it.
The fact you can do anything but the baby is a miracle.
I know.
That's true.
Yeah, for myself, I've actually taken about a week and a half off social media. Yesterday was the first time I had gone on because I felt like it becomes very overwhelming, especially just with everything else going on. And similar to Eugene, it's a mixed bag of some really happy stuff, like lots of babies and animals and professional stuff, but also mixed in with a lot of news and things that are a bit heavier to take on. So mine's kind of a mixed bag. I've been loving a lot of the infographics and kind of snackable pieces of content on Instagram, especially with the social injustice pieces. Inspire creative ideas and things to Google to kind of dig deeper into. Podcasts I've been really enjoying as well, and kind of expanding the types of podcasts that I listen to, whether it be from news and politics to more advertising and marketing focus to more human interest stories and things like that. So it's kind of a mix between everything. Within our agency, we also have a committee. So each of the committees that we have has a channel, and so people put in the latest kind of information pieces within each of those.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It brings me to think about, so influencers obviously is a big thing that we do at the company, but thinking about things that I'm consuming, sometimes it comes from influencers across platforms, whether they just launched a podcast themselves, if they maybe are doing things on OTT platforms as well. How have you guys, and that's like personal and professional consumption, I guess, in that way, how have you guys tapped into influencers, or is that a part of the framework for some of your clients? What does that look like? April,
Yeah,
want to go for it?
Yeah,
Jean, yeah, let's do it.
Sorry. We definitely have tapped into influencers. I do think that it is, a pretty critical strategy minimally to investigate and consider, you can consider that it's not right for your brand. And I think we could all respect that. And in some way, especially for brands that lean in the B2B space, or, there are certainly some categories where it's kind of a much tougher way to get synergy. And using influencers, it's so important that they're authentic to your brand. And that is really where the credibility comes in. And when you have credibility and authenticity, then that is how you're able to be really successful with influencers. I do think that it is, especially in the times that we're in, critical to have, for the brands where it makes a ton of a sense of alignment, it's such a great way to build content, which I think one of the previous speakers was talking about. It's in an era where production is a lot more difficult, and a lot of the influencers are fantastically creative. It just makes so much sense to be relying on kind of a broader network of people to help create content on your behalf. And so I think that is a big area where clients are really starting to see the value, not just of certainly the social reach and engagement, but also how are you helping to create content that's authentic and platform native, which a lot of clients have historically had trouble with. You know, are really able to kind of get the benefit of the brand out there in a fairly seamless way.
Totally. I mean, that's a through line that everyone seems to share when it comes to thinking about influencers in general. They said it on the previous panel too. You have to be intentional and specific, but also make sure it's really authentic. Is there a reason to do this? You know, are we doing this just to say we're doing it, or are we doing it with a specific intention behind it, or, you know, something authentic on the line behind it? It's just key. It should be something that I think we consider in all of our work. Again, personal, professionally. So it's good to hear that we're thinking the same way, agency level, brand level as well. April, have you guys tapped into that space, and what does that look like?
Yeah, we've actually had some brands that have launched new collections solely based on user-generated content. And it has worked really well. It's actually been one of the most successful launches to date because it feels so much more real and authentic. And you know, that's the name of the game, whether it was pandemic or not pandemic, it's always been about authenticity. And I think now brands are just leading into that so much more and almost being forced to figure out exactly what it is, like crystallizing what that voice looks like for them. So yeah, we've definitely leaned into influencers. What I've enjoyed is looking at more micro influencers versus the macro, because you know, way back in the day, it was only the big ones that you could was really, you know, valuable, but now it's all these smaller ones, and especially with the focus on local markets and, you know, local supply chain and just supporting small businesses, it's been really cool to see that shift.
I mean, that brings us into our first question. It's almost like you knew that we were going in this direction. Someone from the audience was asking what the optimal mix of influencers might be. You want maybe less that are bigger, or this person has been testing it out. They're looking at fewer but bigger ones, but they don't want to neglect the future consumer, since micro and mid-range influencers seem to be resonating a lot more and are very much so trending. What are your thoughts on the mix of influencers, type sizes? Jean?
I'm going to say an answer that you're not going to love. It depends. I was
literally going to say that too, and I'm like, it just
depends. I echo that same sentiment.
Yeah. So I think it depends. Certainly, budget is a huge impact on that, right? And bigger brands are able to afford bigger partnerships that are going to have bigger impacts, or at least bigger reach. Whether or not it's like an actual business impact, I think has a lot of you know, content has to be good, has to be a good match to the right person, timing has to be good, right platform, et cetera, et cetera. I do think that it is good to have a mix. I think for a lot of the influencer activations I work through, there certainly will go with one or two fairly big influencers, but then work through companies like Influential to help build out that kind of like mid-range or micro influencer space, to make sure that we are targeting different audiences. Obviously, it depends on what the product is, but for something that is kind of general market, being able to not just have gender diversity, ethnic diversity, location diversity, those are things that all things that we consider in the influencers we use and their audiences that they have.
Great answer.
Yeah, I would echo that. It just all depends. It depends on the brand. One thing that brands are more open to now is experimenting and trying out different types of influencers that one resonate with their values and maybe have more diverse kind of followings. I think certain brands have diversified into different kind of markets. And I think it's mainly about the metrics. You know, it always for me goes back to the data and seeing what brings you the most value. But also, you know, speaking about metric, it's not just about the revenue; it's about the reach, the engagement. And since the pandemic has started, it's not about direct response; it's about investing in your future consumer and ensuring that you have that content strategy there. So, you know, ensuring that the influencer that you are using, whether micro or macro, that they're communicating the message that makes sense for you.
a great answer as well. Couldn't say it better myself. Going into another question from the audience. This one's a little bit more personal. So thinking about your organization and skills that you're looking for your teammates to develop in the next year, thinking about maybe the way that we're working from home, the way that we interact with clients, the way that we do panel sessions like this maybe. Are there certain skills that you'd like your teams to focus on developing personally this year? Jane?
Yeah, I think communication is going to be a huge one, and leading with communication that is has like an emotional IQ to it, right? So understanding that everyone's going through something different. This is not easy on anyone, and in some ways giving some people some room in terms of how they're delivering, but also working on how to communicate in a way that is assuming everyone has positive intent, is bringing people in versus calling people out. That I think is really important to make sure that everyone can perform to the best that they possibly can during this crazy time.
I mean, that's great.
And to add on to that, that reminds me of one of my favorite speakers and authors, Brene Brown. She always talks about how you have to have the mindset that everyone is really just trying their best. And even if we don't think that they are, you know that they are. We're doing the best we can with what we have. And, you know, echoing what you said, Jean, it's communication, practicing compassion, and again, making sure that, you know, you give not only love to others, but to yourself. And with my team and with the agency as a whole, it's just ensuring that we have those pieces that make us feel connected with intention, and you know that we are communicating in a way that is authentic and, yeah, again, intentional. It's been really challenging for a lot of people, you know, a lot of businesses, consumers, families, everyone. So yeah, it's just keeping that everyone is trying their best.
I think you guys are saying some really great insights and offering a lot of good advice, again, professionally and personally. I mentioned it briefly on the previous panel, but it's a historic day. If you think about August 28th historically, you know, Martin Luther King gave a speech on this day. There's a lot of things that have happened. Barack Obama was nominated as the official presidential nominee back in 2008. So thank you for also projecting and offering, you know, insights to an audience not as big as maybe those might have been, but still very, very valuable to this work. So I just wanted to call that out really quickly. And I wanted to ask, what is something that you both might be looking forward to professionally and personally? Again, you can pick one this year, because I know, again, it's heavy. There's a lot going on, but there's a lot to look forward to in some respects that's a little bit more optimistic and positive. Is there anything that you guys could call out that you are looking forward to, whether it's a launch, again, thinking about things that might just kind of help boost morale in your own world? April?
One thing personally that I'm looking really forward to is giving my family a hug when I can see them. Because I live in New York and family is in Vancouver and the UK, you know, I never thought I would appreciate hugs and human contact so much as I have now. So from a personal perspective, yeah, hugs. For a professional aspect, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the economy and how the world continues to adapt, because, you know, as we talked about, we kind of hit a point where things just needed to change, and it's finally at a point where there's no other choice but to change. And so I'm excited to see how brands are going to continue that sustained momentum versus it just being, you know, a blip in the media that happened during this time. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Great.
I agree with you. I mean, I think there's a lot of a ton of opportunity to really take a stand as a brand, and figuring out, like, as part of your brand manifesto, like how do you want to approach it? How do you want to bring people into your brand, and what do you stand for? I think there's a lot of opportunity, untapped opportunity, and being less brand centered and being more human centered. I think will be very, very cool to see. Professionally, I'm excited to learn more about other platforms and spaces that I haven't traditionally worked on. Interested in learning more about the programmatic space, Amazon, certainly a lot of stuff going on in OTT, connected TV. It seems like a lot of different opportunities that I think is very exciting. On a personal perspective, I'm glad that I'm getting this year of my daughter's life. Like, I'm stuck at home anyway. I had a baby. I'm appreciative. I'm trying to be appreciative of the fact that, like, I'd be home anyway with having a baby. So it's it's kind of almost good timing in a weird way, that I would be forced to anyway.
I'm looking forward to the baby Zoom or the Zoom bomb that might happen. But those are my favorite too, April. I love them.
Yeah, I've been saying to my clients and to friends and family as well, that this year is a historic year, regardless of how everything turns out in the later part. And it's about looking back at this time, in a couple of years' time, or even next year. How do we want to look back and say that we showed up during this time? How do we want to say we showed up as people, as brands, as a family, as a community? And what do we want that memory and that legacy to be for us?
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, be intentional again, be authentic. How are you going to look back on this day? What are you doing now that is something that you are proud to share with, those that future generations, your kids, friends around you, all of that. This has been great. Well, thank you guys for such great advice. Again, from all perspectives, I think you guys gave the audience such good feedback to take with them as marketers in their own world. So I appreciate you guys taking the time. Again, it's Friday. As a reminder, we're heading off into the weekend, hopefully very soon. So thank you for being here.
So much for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you all so much. Thanks, Jean. Thanks, April. Thanks, Tiffany. Really appreciate you guys. Great session. We still have a great lineup for the remainder of the day. Be sure to share today's link with friends and colleagues so that they can join too. I'm super excited for our next panel. We're joined by Greg Minago of Mindshare. As a key leader of Mindshare Entertainment, Greg has created groundbreaking and innovative digital content for the past 7 years. He has been a creative leader in the creation of some of the most successful campaigns in the history of branded content, including Unilever and Sprint's In the Motherhood, Degrees, the rookie partnership with 24, Unilever's Smith Winter Mitchell campaign that ran during Mad Men, Poise as Great Women in History, the launch of Magnum Ice Cream featuring 3 films directed by Karl Lagerfeld. Wow, the list just goes on and on here. Royal Caribbean's Royal Decathon. We're also joined by Danielle Sporkin, the U.S. Head of Integrated Planning for OMD. Danielle is responsible for defining a data-driven, audience-centric, and innovative media planning product, demonstrating its value and leading the industry in its competency. Prior to joining OMD, Danielle spent 5 years at Essence, where she recently held the title of Senior Vice President, Client Partner, serving as a strategic business lead for Google. In 2018, she was named a Folio Top Women in Media and Rising Star of Madison Avenue by Business Insider, and she is passionate about gender and racial equality in the workplace and coaching rising leaders to develop strong team cultures. This session will be moderated by our COO, Adrienne Lahens. Welcome to the stage, Greg, Danielle, and Adrienne.
Hi, guys.
Oh.
Hi. Hi. So, hi, everyone. My name is Adrienne Lahens. I'm the COO at Influential. And if you guys are just tuning in, this is our Brand Innovators influencer and social live cast. So Influential is a data and insights platform. We power influencer activations optimized to deliver measurable return on ad spend, both offline and online. I am very excited to talk to both Greg and Danielle today. We have both content and media unlock as part of this panel. So we'll cover everything from leadership to influencers, social planning, and production. So I want to take a minute and let Danielle and Greg both introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about your backgrounds. Of course, you guys have incredible careers to date. So would love to hear a little bit from you about your background and your current role. Danielle, let's start with you.
Sure. Well, first of all, hi. Thanks for having me. Really excited to be joining this session and this event. So as you mentioned, my name is Danielle Sporkin. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the U.S. head of integrated planning at OMD. So I oversee our media planning practice, and I'm really focused on bringing together traditional media planning, comms, understanding of audience, and infusing digital data and knowledge into that to create the future, as I say. I lovingly refer to myself as a media Jane of all trades because I've worked in pretty much every practice within media agencies, from planning to investment, innovation, client leadership. I've kind of ticked the box on all of that, and I really bring all that experience into every role that I do. So I'm excited to talk about what I've been working on and, again, be a part of this panel.
Excellent. I'm Greg Monago, and I lead the content practice at Mindshare. I'm a refugee from the television business, but this is as I always say, this is my first job in an agency, although I've been in this job now for a long time. I'm a creative guy. I've worked on a bunch of different campaigns, as Chris was mentioning at the top. But every day we try to solve client problems, and we do that in a variety of different ways. Either partnering with media partners to do something special, coming up with creative ideas on our own, figuring out different ways to be more kind of reactive to what's going on in pop culture and in the culture in general, but also just trying to continue to have a good time and create awesome and engaging things for our clients. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you guys for having us, and I'm looking forward to it.
Of course, very exciting. So in terms of leadership, you both have had incredible careers, very coveted positions across the industry. So tell me a little bit about your leadership style and what are some of the core attributes of how you approach leadership in your career, and really what has got you to where you are today. Greg, should we start with you?
Sure. Look, I think as a leader, I try to be a listener and a collaborator. I think, especially again, running a creative team and a business, it's very important for us to be kind of collaborators together with the people on the team who are both junior but also senior. One thing that I think is really important about the team that we've created at Mindshare is that none of us, when it comes to have a creative idea, are the person who definitely has the answer, right? We know that no matter what it is, our intern could have a great idea, and that has happened in the past, that ends up being better than my idea or David Lang, our chief content officer's idea, right? So I think it's really important to be supportive, collaborative, be a good listener, and to lead when we need to, right? A lot of times there are difficult situations. I know you guys have probably seen this too. When you're going through some of these programs, there are very difficult things happen that are very challenging, and you have to step up and lead in that moment and lead the team and try to show them, like, this is the way we're going to do it. One of my favorite things is, I always say, we're going to hang up the phone with a client, and then we can kind of, reassess and figure out what we're going to do. But when we're, talking to a client, we have to make sure that we are telling them that we're going to be able to do it, and we're going to be able to, make whatever the situation is come out the way they want it, because that's what clients are looking for today. And especially in these challenging times, it's really important.
That's great.
Yeah, so to build on that, definitely agree about being a good listener, being collaborative. I think something that I've really enjoyed rising up in different positions, and the role that I'm in now is not only am I a leader, but I'm a leader of leaders, and instilling certain traits in others and watching them successfully manage their team or their client or their group. I think in addition to the traits that Greg mentioned, being really empathetic, especially during this time when everyone's working from home, with the, racial injustice that's going on, like people as humans and really being able to try to put yourself in their shoes and understand their perspective. I think also learning to manage different styles. There's a certain way that I do things, but everyone operates a little bit differently. So how do you learn to lead all different types of people, having a really diverse team? And then finally, I think showing some vulnerability. Early on as a leader, that was something that was very hard for me because I felt like once I moved into a leadership position, I had to have all the answers, right? People would come to me with problems or questions, and I felt like I needed to know everything. And it took me a bit of time and coaching to start to learn that being a leader doesn't always mean that you have all the answers. It's okay to say, I don't know, or to show a more vulnerable side, a more emotional side of leadership. So I think those are some things that I've sort of learned within my career.
Yeah, that's great. And along the lines of, what Greg was saying too, like if it's okay to, especially in innovation, right, to say, I don't know. Yeah. And then, but then like make sure in front of the client that you're able to, solve those problems and sort of take it back to your team. How are you guys working on identifying talent, especially right now in this sort of COVID world where, not meeting in the office, for example, there's a lot of challenges in terms of that. How are you looking at identifying talent, and what do you look for when hiring talent, especially today?
You want me to go first? I'll take that. I mean, first of all, I've been so impressed of how the OMD team and family has been able to shift to an all virtual world. We operate across multiple offices, so we already had some element of working across teams, but, jumping really quickly onto the remote virtual bandwagon, using video conferencing and other means of chat and things to stay connected. I think we were able to pivot really quickly, and it's led to us continuing to be successful internally and with our clients. In terms of looking at talent, I mean, especially now, individuals who are able to make those pivots, who are coming up with sort of innovative new ideas, that are raising their hand for new opportunities, it is really something that is coming to the forefront in this time where we're continually having to push the envelope with our clients and figure out new ways to keep them engaged and find solutions to new problems. So I think all of those things are things that we look for. Obviously, depending upon the role and level, there are other skill sets that are important to us. For me, working in planning, having an interest in audience and being very audience first and how people think is an important trait for someone that's coming into the planning group. But I think there are other characteristics that span across anyone that we're looking to bring into the organization.
Yeah, and to add to that, I mean, obviously I'm in a different ecosystem at Mindshare in the Group M and WPP ecosystem. But we similarly are I'm really impressed by not only the fact that we've been able to do this as an agency, as an opco, and as a global company, but also our team has done an amazing job of moving into seamlessly, essentially, a remote work environment. And I think, as we're looking for new talent, and as we start to, win new business, we're doing this right now. And what we're looking for is people who are going to bring diversity of thought and diversity of skill set to the team. I think, one thing that we have on our team is we have a lot of different people who come from different points of view and different areas of focus, both, from their personal perspective, but also from their professional and career perspective. And I think as we try to add new pieces to that team, we're still looking for that. And it's tough, listen, it's tough to interview somebody over virtual. It's tough to kind of get a sense of who they are and really understand, what they're about. But I think, we've got a great process in place to do that. And we're hopefully working towards a place where we can all get back together and, see each other, not only professionally, but as a society. And, we're just hoping that these tools that we can use and these processes that we've got in place will help us to be able to pick people who can who can achieve that for us as members of the team. But yeah, I mean, it's a challenge, but listen, we're up for this challenge, and we've been doing it now for 6 months. So I don't know, it feels like it's something that we've been able to accomplish so far. So it's great.
It's been an incredible social experiment, right? Yeah. The work remote, we kind of all got forced into it, and we realized how productive we can still all be given technology. I can't imagine if we were in this position, 15, 20 years ago, what it would have done to our economy, and to our industry, certainly. How are you, and Danielle, you mentioned, empathy, and especially during this time, of course, empathy is a really important thing to have right now. How are you both working to really rally your troops, keep them motivated during this time, give them also kind of space to be, human, and to maybe participate in some of the things external from the office that they feel really, called to do, what have you. So how are you really rallying your troops at this time?
Yeah, I think it comes in a number of different ways. Everything from one-to-one meetings just to check in on people, see how they're doing, have like a coffee talk, even if it's, virtual, just to show that you're thinking of someone and caring about them. I think it's also really important in times where everything is stressful to take that moment to appreciate people and recognize good work. We're always giving feedback of things that could be improved, but it's also really important to take that time and say, hey, you did a really great job, or call out in a positive way. If a client has great feedback, just give that recognition. And I think we at OMD have done a really great job. Our CEO, Ozzy, has now a monthly all hands, and there are sit-ups on that for people who are doing really great work. So not only is it recognition from a manager or a team, but to the whole agency, which again, just recognizing the work that's going in. I think the last thing is flexibility. Obviously, there are a lot of client demands right now, and it's important that things are getting done. But in this virtual remote, with people not only working from home, but having to balance childcare and whatever is going to happen with back to school, having, again, that empathy and a little bit of flexibility to understand if someone needs to take an hour in the middle of their day because they're having lunch with their kids, or they need to, address something, within their house, or whatever it may be. Just recognizing, as long as the work is getting done, that we can have a bit of flexibility and empathy and understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo a lot of that. I think, I've been at Mindshare for a long time, about 15 years. And one of the reasons I've stayed so long is because Mindshare is kind of like a family. And, when a family gets to an adverse place, they have to come together. And one of the things I really worried about was kind of missing out on that culture of, not only for my team, but just the agency. And I think our leadership has done a fantastic job. We have kind of bi-weekly, all hands meetings. Every week there's a team bake where you can get on together with some of the people in the agency and make something. So we're all kind of doing something together. We've had trivia nights. We've had, happy hours. And then, for our team specifically, we feel it's important to always, be on together and talk to each other and, hey, what do you need right now? And, certainly after the George Floyd situation, we were able to give the team some time and say, listen, if you need to take some time to be off, or to, to really go out and do whatever you need to do, absolutely do that, again, because as in a family, that kind of stuff has to come ahead of other things, So I've been very happy with that. I've even done something more lighthearted where I've put out polls to the team over Microsoft Teams or Slack and said, listen, what do you want to see me do? And I'll do it. So one of the things I did was cook something with my daughter, Olivia. Another time I played the piano, which maybe didn't go over as well because I don't really play the piano, but just that kind of stuff to keep us engaged. And then of course there's the one-to-one check-ins and the midnight calls of oh my God, this thing is happening and we need to do something. But, it's been great. I've gotten to see, I feel like we've all seen a lot of each other's kids and families and things like that. And I think that's that's been a real positive in this difficult time, to just get to know these people, and their personal lives a little bit better. I think that's been great.
Yeah, I totally agree. I love when the kid kind of pops in the frame when you're in the middle of a call. It really kind of humanizes the whole experience for sure. So shifting gears a bit to influencers, right? Influencers have really become a staple in the marketing mix overall, but influencers can be very misunderstood based on some of the news that we see. So when it comes to influencers, I personally really think about it as like decentralized talent, as independent content creators. How are you each sort of thinking about influencers, sort of defining them within your agency, sort of advising clients on how to leverage influencers? Danielle, we'll start with you.
Sure. So being the head of the planning practice, I'm not that industry facing where I'm negotiating the deals or anything like that. So for me, when I think about influencer, it's more about how do I think about the role of influencers within a holistic media plan. And I think oftentimes things like influencers, similar to things like retail or even out of home sometimes, can be sort of put to the side and say, oh, here's our plan, and then here's our influencer plan, or here's our retail plan. So I'm really trying to get my teams to understand the influencer space more, even if they're not out in the marketplace negotiating it, and thinking about what is the role that influencers play within the plan. What does it do? What goals does it achieve? How does it complement, supplement, reinforce other things that we're doing? Because I'm really interested in having a more holistic plan, because the way that consumers look at it, they don't think about it as like, oh, that's their influencer plan and that's their media plan. They think about it as, I'm just seeing this ad from a brand. So that's really how I've been approaching it, much more upstream, much more, how do we make this a part of a holistic strategy?
Yeah, and similar. Although of course I'm more I guess industry facing with the negotiation on the talent piece. And one thing that we always remind our clients is that influencers are content creators, and we should think about them as producers of content, right? And what they're going to create is going to be an asset that we're going to leverage in some manner, or that they're going to leverage and that we're going to potentially promote, right? So at the end of the day, we look at it through that lens and like, what's the creative idea? What are we asking them to do? And I think that piece of it allows for us to control some of the uncontrollable elements of an influencer program, right? Like if you think about, as you said, like sometimes influencers get a bad rap, publicly, but also, amongst those of us that have done a lot of work with them, because of some, potentially, bad behavior. We can help to control that a little bit, I think, by, giving them clear parameters, thinking more about like what the creative piece of it is and how they're going to bring that to life, and what the end user is going to see and potentially do based on that. So that's how we've been looking at it in recent vintage.
Are you, Greg, are you thinking about influencers more as kind of an extension to some of the work maybe that you're doing in-house, or how are you kind of integrating in, are you casting as part of sort of like the hero piece, or how are you like leveraging influencers in that way?
Well, I think it depends on the campaign. Sometimes we are doing that, right? Sometimes we're creating kind of a hero program or an activation idea that influencers are going to help bring to their audience and bring to life. Other times there's a hero asset that we're making, or that even we're creating with a media partner or a television show, and influencers are coming in that regard, and helping to promote that, or become involved in that. We've done some interesting work in recent vintage with athletes, and using athletes as influencers and bringing them into something, either to help promote something that the brand is talking about, or even to participate in something that is a kind of a bigger thing than just a branded campaign. So we've kind of been looking at them. Every brief is different, every program is different, but by looking at them as creative partners in a lot of ways, it helps us to be able to get something out of them that is a little bit more meaningful than just another post on their Instagram feed.
Yeah. You've been leaning also on influencers, given kind of the challenges that we're faced now with production.
I wouldn't say I don't think we've been leaning on them more now because of that. I mean, we've actually been monitoring and doing a lot of productions during the quarantine, with Zoom and some of those other kind of collaboration tools. Of course, some of that has evolved into influencer programs because influencers are very capable of shooting themselves and editing themselves and working with you over like a collaboration platform. But I think we've seen through some of our research, Mindshare does they've been doing a kind of regular look at COVID and how people are reacting to COVID and how consumer behaviors are changing. And we've seen a lot of people increasing their consumption of all sorts of media across all channels, including influencer, right? So I wouldn't say that because of COVID we've done more with influencers. I just think that it's been something that we've continued as a trend that probably started in the back half of last year.
Makes sense. And on the content side, I mean, personally, I think that there's never been a more exciting time to be in the content business with new platforms popping up. And, how are you kind of approaching some new platforms and creating content given the sort of, there's been kind of an explosion of new formats, whether it's, Amazon Live or TikTok or some of these other kind of, of course, like Instagram Reels. How are you approaching content from that perspective, from a new format perspective?
Well, we start with an idea, and whatever that idea is, we, kind of agnostically, again, having, being in a media agency, we're agnostic about the channel and that kind of stuff, right? So we're idea focused. We think of what the idea is, and then we think about, okay, now what are the different ways this is going to come to life? And then that's where we bring in the channel piece, right? And I think depending on what the idea is and how we think we can help engage a particular audience, that's when we start to think about different platforms and different partners and things like that. So we've absolutely kind of started delving into those places, be it TikTok or Reels as they start to get online, but also AR and things like that have really opened up. I agree with you that now is a great time to be working in the content business, because literally anything we can dream, basically we can do. And I think these platforms really help to bring that to life, because it's it's really like it's really a sandbox that you can almost do anything in.
Yeah, from a planning perspective, very similar. You said it starts with an idea. For us, it starts with the audience, right? Everything that we do is driven by the audience behavior. So every campaign is different, but depending upon who you're trying to target and what their media consumption behaviors are, and as that changes, we want our media plans to shift in response to how our audience is shifting. And same, we don't start with the channels, we start with the objectives and what it is we're trying to achieve, and then what are the right channels or formats that are going to meet that. I also think with all these new platforms, it's really important to reserve some budget for test and learn, right? You want your tried and true, the things that are going to deliver your KPIs, but you also want to have a little room to experiment, because that's how you start to know what's going to be tried and true in the future. So having a little bit of budget set aside to do some testing, to be really clear on what success looks like, and to also be agile and be able to, shift things as you see something being more successful or less successful within your plan.
I think agility is probably the name of the game this year, right? So with so much shifting literally across every single front, especially from a planning perspective, right, Danielle? Of course, there's been, from a platform perspective, there's been, with TikTok, with Facebook, with a number of these different platforms, like how have you been advising your clients, from a planning perspective, how to kind of shift, especially like if you're even like mid-flight, shifting budget?
Yeah, I mean, obviously back in March when COVID began, there were a lot of shifts that we needed to make rapidly as sports was no longer in existence. And we had, the NCAA tournament didn't happen, and shifting out of sports, cinemas were closing down. So if you had cinema inventory, being able to shift out of that, even out of home with people being quarantined in their houses, having airport ads and, billboards didn't make a lot of sense. So there was a lot of rethinking and scenario planning that we had to do. But as Greg mentioned, there also were places where we were really seeing booms, right? In, tons more people watching, online video, people watching more television because they're stuck in their homes. So it was a lot of assessing, again, audience behavior and marketplace dynamics to make shifts that made sense for our clients. And also thinking about what type of messages they wanted to be putting into market at that time. So I think we're continuing to adopt and evolve as things are changing, and sports is coming back and going away and coming back again. But really just always having a plan B, C, and D, and being ready to activate on something else. And I think our teams have done an amazing job of really thinking creatively about where we can shift budget or different things that we can do. And, having a very collaborative relationship with our clients through all this uncertainty.
Is there kind of a shift, or is there something you've learned in this process? Like you mentioned plan A, B, C, D, right? Like, did you used to have plan A and B and now you have C and D as well? Like, what are some of the things that you've learned along the way this year?
Yeah, well, in fairness, anyone who's been in media planning for a while knows that there's always probably like 10 differences working through at any given time. But I do think the ability to shift quickly, similarly to what Greg said, we've also been doing a lot of our own proprietary consumer research and getting a sense of like what's going on, because I think COVID more than anything has really accelerated certain things. It's accelerated, use of online video. It's absolutely accelerated the use of e-commerce, right? So being able to see what's happening with consumers and understand the trends that are emerging and respond to that, and ideally stay one step ahead and be proactive instead of being reactive.
Perfect. Great. So I'm going to take some questions from the audience. We have a question here. What are some ways that you ensure that you have a diverse pool of influencers that you are working with? And I would also just expand that too, Greg, from a diversity perspective on your end, how are you looking at sort of casting and ensuring that you have a diverse cast, both, in front of and behind the camera as well?
Yeah, well, listen, I think, it's an important question, and it's an important thing to think about in, today's world, and something that we've been thinking about for a long time. I think, again, based on the idea and based on, what we're trying to accomplish, I think that really helps us to determine who the right, if we're talking about influencers in front of the camera or even just talent, who the right talent are to bring it to life, whose voice we're looking to, amplify so that we can try to break through with certain types of audiences, right? And, that could be Hispanic, that could be African-American, that could also be like different, different socioeconomic voices and things like that, right? So I think that all kind of comes into play. And then behind the camera, similarly, it's important that we also take a look at the talent that we're, bringing through to tell these kind of stories. And, when necessary, we will look at working with kind of different talent and different writers and different directors and things like that who can also in a similar way amplify these voices. But also, it's not just about amplifying the voices. It's about really making sure that the experience that we're trying to make sure that is breaking through for the audience is something that's coming from a genuine place of lived and learned experience. So that's a big part of how we evaluate the talent, for any campaign that we do based on what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I would build on that, and I'm going to go a bit beyond just influencers to, diverse media. I think first and foremost, it starts with diverse teams. It's really important that the people who are putting together these plans, who are doing the work, have, as you said, Greg, like very lived experiences, come from different backgrounds, can bring their perspectives together. The more diverse thinking you have, and trying to have teams that represent the people we're trying to reach with our advertising and marketing, the more authentic and diverse it's going to be. But I think beyond that, for me, from a planning perspective, I'm working on an initiative within the agency right now to think about how we diversify our product, and product meaning like the media plans that we put forward. So evaluating like what data sets are we using within planning? Are they representative? Are they truly diversely representative? What types of questions are we asking in our planning process to make sure that all teams are thinking about diversity as they're putting together their plans? And how do we evaluate the media partners that we're working with? And are we bringing in diverse voices in that sense, which could include influencers or could include other types of media partners and platforms? So it's still sort of early days in this process, but I think the fact that we're even having this conversation and thinking about it and bringing awareness to diversity is really an important first step in making what we put out better.
And Danielle, you lead some allyship programs at OMD. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm really passionate. I've been passionate for a really long time about gender equality and more realizing that I need to be just as passionate about racial equality, because it is really important in not only making sure that teams are diverse, you know, at our entry level, but all the way up through our levels. So, you know, taking my position of power and privilege and trying to use it for good. We've got great employee resource groups, our Black Leadership Network. I've been getting involved with them to see how I can support their initiatives, as well as I mentioned, this product initiative that we have to diversify our product, and working with our OMD D&I champions, which is a cross-functional group of people that are looking at everything across the agency. So right now, the racial justice movement, it's timely, it's conversations that's happening, you know, across all walks of life, but also is occurring within our industry. I think it's a really important conversation to have.
Absolutely. And diversity and inclusion is not only, you know, good for humanity, but of course it's great for business too, once you bring more people, you know, to the table. We have another question here. What advice would you give to marketers who are just starting out on influencer marketing?
I don't know, how long do you have? I mean, I think my advice would be, you know, to not, I think, you know, similar to what Danielle said, like, I wouldn't want to, I would caution them not to think about influencers as this thing that's over here and your marketing plan is over here. And like, what's our influencer idea? You know, I think I would say, you know, try to consider that influencers are a very important part of how a large majority of young people get all of their information, basically. And, you know, try to consider the fact that when you're thinking about who those people are and what they're going to be talking about for your audience, that you bring that into mind, and that the creative ideas are you know, brought up in that manner.
Yeah, I would say make sure authenticity is your number one priority. It's very clear when an influencer is just given a product and tries to force fit it into something. So it's really important that as you're doing your discovery of who you want to partner with, that it's someone that actually has a connection to your brand and can speak about it in an authentic way, because that's going to come across and that's going to take you a lot further than some big name but doesn't really have a connection to the brand. So it's really about making that connection that's going to come across as authentic.
There are literally millions of influencers, so there's plenty to choose from. It's about finding that needle in the haystack. So we have another question here. Everyone has their own style. How would you like a potential mentee to approach you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just reach out and like speak up. I have this philosophy that when people reach out to me, I always try to connect. I always try to respond. I always try to help in whatever way I can, because I believe that, you know, in my career, both in the past when I have needed support from others, and there will be times again where I will need, you know, my peers, my mentors, my connections to help me in my next step, that they're there because it's this giving back and paying forward. So I think the best thing to do to start is just like be brave, reach out, even if it's someone that you don't know. I've had people reach out to me on LinkedIn just randomly and say, hey, I saw you speak at this event. I'd love to connect for 30 minutes. don't be afraid. Like, put yourself out there. The worst thing that'll happen is someone says no. And it's better than if you never try.
Yeah, and I would say, I say to mentees, well, first of all, I'm very passionate about mentoring other people because I've had 2 careers now where I didn't know anybody when I started in these careers. One in the television business, and again in the marketing business. And I didn't know anyone, and so I had to basically look for mentors wherever I could find them, right? And so I'm always passionate about when people reach out to me that I'm going to spend time with them. I'm going to help them in any way I can. I'll connect them to people. I'll make recommendations. I'll try to advise them on whatever it is that they're looking for, because I needed that in my career. I didn't know anything about how to be a television producer when I started out. And I certainly didn't know anything about the media and marketing business when I started out. So I really needed other people to help guide me. So yeah, I mean, whatever people need, I'm always willing to help out and not make it. There isn't one style of mentoring. There isn't one style of being a mentee. It's whatever the person needs and whatever they feel comfortable with. As far, sometimes people just want to talk and just, like, hey, am I doing the right thing? And it's, a lot of times I'll say, yeah, I think you are, but maybe you could also try this or whatever. And other times people are like, hey, I need help with these 3 things. Can you connect me to these 3 people, whatever? And I'm happy to do that as well.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, go.
Sorry, I was just going to throw one more thing in, that I think it's also really important that people think about mentorship versus sponsorship. So mentorship is like that person that you can go to for advice with problems, just to talk. And then sponsorship, which is equally as important, is someone typically within your organization that can actually help elevate you within your career. And you need both in your career. You need the mentor to really be that trusted advisor, and that sponsor to help you get where you need to go. So think about both of those things as you're seeking out mentorship and sponsorship.
That is incredibly great advice. And Danielle and Greg, both of you are not only extremely inspiring leaders, but also it sounds like you're both very approachable as well, and and focused on giving back and helping people kind of rise within the ranks of your organization. So awesome to connect with both of you, and thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you all so much, Greg, Danielle, Adrian. That was a fantastic session. Really got a lot out of that. Appreciate all of you. Have a wonderful weekend. Moving on, we are back to my brother, Ryan Dietert. Our CEO is going to be in a fireside chat with our friend Anya Ware, the head of media technology sales for IBM Watson Advertising. Prior to her current role, Anya was a lead for Watson Ad Technology, where she increased technology revenue by 72% in the first year. This session is going to be moderated by my brother, so I will let you guys take it away from here.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Hi, Ryan. Ryan, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if everybody else can.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Technology at work.
Said everyone in 2020.
Well, Anya, we're longtime friends, and thank you for taking time. It's a Friday sessions, and I think you're East Coast time, so you're near the end of the day, so thank you for making time. How are you holding up? How are things?
It's good. I'm down in Texas, so a lot of us are just going to kind of shift our weekend and focus on kind of helping those that got hit by Hurricane Laura down in Louisiana. But other than that, everybody's safe and healthy and happy. What about you?
Well, that's an amazing thing to do for your weekend. So thank you for doing that for the world. I'm going to sleep. Most weekends I just pass out, and that's the best possible thing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Well, cool. So I know you very well. I want the people, you have a number of brands and agencies are all tuned in. I want them to know you as well. So actually, before we even jump into what IBM, 'cause I guess ultimately everyone knows Big Blue, and some of them know IBM Watson specifically, but IBM Watson Advertising is a different part of the company. Can you give a little background in terms of what it is and how it's being utilized by Fortune 1000 brands?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Watson Advertising was formerly the Weather Company's media sales business. And IBM acquired the weather company in 2016 because it knew the power of our predictive weather data that we've been leveraging for decades. And so what was great about that is that IBM was able to take our weather data and access to over 300 million users across our media properties and be able to infuse that data and those insights into every piece of their business. And what was great on our end was that from a digital advertising and media standpoint, we were able to take Watson artificial intelligence and start to create more data and technology driven solutions outside of our owned and operated company or properties. And so now we've evolved to a point where we still have our traditional media business, but we have this huge portfolio of data and technology solutions. And so we rebranded as Watson Advertising in 2017. And now Watson Advertising, we're really just focused on building open and trusted solutions that are driven by AI in order to further connect and provide transparency between marketers, brands, publishers, and machines.
So, I mean, you're the head of media technology sales. What was the journey to get there, and what does that position, actually mean from a day-to-day perspective?
Yeah, that's great. So I've been with the company for 7.5 years. And I joke that I've probably had like 10 roles in those 7.5 years. Because at one point I was selling cable, traditional cable, and now I sell artificial intelligence technology. So it's been a long process, but I think where I've gotten really excited, and especially when IBM acquired us, was that I knew how important artificial intelligence would be in our industry as publishers, as vendors, as agencies, as advertisers. And I really wanted to be in a place that was where we were able to access some of the best technology out there, but in an open way where companies like yourself could also leverage this amazing technology to build and innovate in our space.
Yeah, spoiler alert, or just a disclaimer, we are an IBM Watson partner. We actually, you guys have changed our company inexorably from not 2016, a little before that we first started working together, but that's when we launched a lot of your APIs into our technology, and we'll go through it a little later, but you guys have been tremendous partners. And yeah, the AI is not just something that is a robot or machine that is thinking about ethereal things. It can be used and is being used today by a number of from healthcare to media to advertising to influencer marketing. So I think you picked the right career path. So well, so I mean, there's a large team that you had, and you have obviously a number of different divisions around you. And it's kind of one of those 2020 questions. What have you had to overcome during the pandemic? Have you been able to stay connected through these type of mechanisms through Cisco or any of those teleconferencing locations? Are you think you're closer? You think you're farther away from people? I guess what has been the response to this pandemic, as a business and as yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think like many companies, IBM first and foremost places the safety and health of all of our employees. So outside of just Watson Advertising, IBM has over 350,000 employees. That's across 175 countries. So that's a lot of offices, a lot of national and local government regulations, and then we have provided our own stringent guidelines that we have to adhere to as well. So it's definitely been an adjustment, and one that we're constantly figuring out and adapting as we receive more information. And what we really want to eventually get our employees back into offices, but we've also been able to create a lot of successful solutions for people while they work at home, and then also while they're dealing with a lot of the social, economic, and environmental turmoil that's happening right
now. And you mentioned the work from home. So, I mean, what's the key component for success there? I mean, are you is it with not just your internal teams but external partners? I mean, what's been the most challenging part about this?
Yeah, I think the most challenging part is that, when you're physically in a space together, you see a wider picture, in my opinion. So 70% of communication is nonverbal. And so if you don't at least have your video camera on, you're going to miss a huge chunk of what that person is really trying to tell you. And so I miss being within my offices and teams to really kind of get a feel for where they are, because, I travel a lot. And going into other offices and figuring out what our clients' environment's like and what they're dealing with. And that's kind of a little bit lost digitally. But to your point, and I think you just mentioned this earlier, is we're really leaning into technology and enabling technology to help us right now in this moment connect. And then also like our plans for going back into the office. So always having our cameras on, whether we don't always like it or not, I think it's been very beneficial because you're able to still make that kind of connection that you might be missing. And then our team does some fun things. I'd love to hear if you guys do some too. But we do things like create Spotify playlists. Like each person a week is assigned, and we create these playlists. And it's fun because you figure out if you have common likes or dislikes, or you might explore new content, which you normally find when you're in an office just kind of chatting about what TV shows you're watching or consuming. We've created Peloton clubs within Watson Advertising because we all know that's a cult. And we've done like wine tasting with our clients. So trying to do things to still kind of keep that connection because we can't physically be with one another. I don't know. Are you guys doing anything like that as a team?
Well, I'm going to steal a few of those. Those are actually really good ideas. The thing that we're doing, we did it with our sales team last couple weeks back. That's really good. It was a wine tasting, but we actually got individualized boxes of like wine and cheese and like special kind of like accoutrement, very French with me, with the wine, and sent out to every single person. So and we had a sommelier there talking about what we were tasting. So, but they're all the wines were like anonymized, like 1 through 5, so you can kind of like you can kind of guess what they were. So that was a really fun, interactive way. And for a brief moment, for a fleeting moment, we forgot that we weren't all separated by thousands and thousands of miles or in different places. So yeah, finding ways to maybe all the senses at the same time is probably one of the better ways to find ways to connect. But yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I think everybody's just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean it's the new dystopian future, but we'll manage. Actually, out of curiosity, are you guys actually? Is there any sort of portion of the business back in the office, or is everybody still work remote?
We within Watson Advertising, no. What IBM in general, yes, there are some people that were deemed essential workers. But I think again, what we do is we follow the local and national guidelines as well as our own for how to roll employees back. And one of the things that I think this is providing a unique opportunity of is like, frankly, IBM is a rather old company. And so a lot of our offices are a little dated in terms of the way that millennials and Gen Zs work together. And so what I'm really excited about is IBM is leaning in and figuring out, okay, when we do go back into these offices, how do we rethink the workplace? Because we find 75% of people want to go back into the workplace in some capacity, but maybe not in the same stringent way that like we used to like earlier on in our careers, right? And so things like creating innovation hubs where you can take your clients and have more meaningful like engagements, those types of things are being explored.
All right. And we're all adapting, and I think the future of work, I think ultimately will probably be for the better. I think people will find a way to live that virtual in office life, and as long as we can get the jobs back on the books, I think people will actually companies will actually benefit from not having as much real estate, necessarily having to pay overhead. So I know we're at a smaller, about a sub 100-person company. Our real estate costs, being off the books will be a good thing in the coming years when we actually finish our leases. So.
Yeah, and I think you're right that a lot of businesses, there's kind of like twofold happening, right? Because businesses are rethinking their workspace. To your point, like, do we need this space for how many employees we have or what these employees do? But also, if we do have to have employees back, how do we do this in a way where people can practice safe social guidelines and create a sanitary workplace? So they're really thinking about those factors. And then consumers are thinking, okay, what is my company going to do, and how active are they going to be able to be in order to make sure that we're in a safe and trusted environment that I understand as an employee what I'm walking into and what my role is in that. Yeah,
well, and as a leader, I'm sure you have to consider this with all your team members and how to obviously roll that out. So kudos for you. I'm sure you've been it's been a weird few months just kind of going through the process. So I'd love to switch gears and go into a deeper dive into the weather channel. So obviously got acquired by IBM as a big moment for the company. Congratulations to be part of that. What is the actual weather.com and weather channel's role in IBM Watson Advertising? I mean, I think I guess I didn't know this until a few years back, and we actually were working on it for a long time, is that you guys you have to have a publisher element to you as well as your technology and other kind of third-party services. So what's the publisher portion of the business?
Yeah, so the publisher portion is the piece that we've had the longest amount of time, and that's the weather channel's digital and data assets. So that would be the mobile app, mobile web, and desktop. And it actually reaches over 30 million unique daily users. I think it's about 350 million unique monthly users. And what's really interesting about our property is that not only the scale that we have, but the reason we have that scale is that they're coming because they want trusted and reliable and accurate weather information to help them inform them and protect them. And that's a huge responsibility that we have, right, across the world, because it could inherently save lives. And so we've been leveraging artificial intelligence for as long as like years and years, decades, to be able to process huge amounts of weather data in order to provide the most accurate information. So that's like 400 terabytes of data daily and over, like, let's say 25 billion weather requests a day. And so what's great about that is that we can still create solutions leveraging this predictive weather where marketers can activate on that across products and services in an open way.
And I mean, AI and obviously is part of all of this together, and it's used to parse through large amounts of unstructured data that lives on the digital, on social, everywhere in between. I mean, how are you guys using this with? I saw before your COVID-19 triggers. You can dive a little deeper in terms of what that actually means and how you guys are, applying that to business uses.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've kind of always been in the health space in some capacity because weather has an impact on certain things like flu and cold and allergies and things like that. So when COVID-19 came around, we started compiling data of COVID-19 infection rates from a multitude of different sources, right? So the CDC, World Health Organization, and state and local public sources. And we take that infection rate and we analyze it, and then we update cases on a daily basis and see the average of a rolling 7-day. And then what we've done is created these media triggers that allow marketers and brands to serve messaging or not serve messaging in areas that either have a spike or a decrease in COVID cases. And so you think about the different brands that are out there and the sensitivity around messaging in a certain environment. This helps provide a lot more media effectiveness and minimize media waste by either positioning your brand around increases or decreases in those cases.
Got it. Well, I mean, even before the COVID piece of it, I mean, I know that in the past we could do campaigns with, like, I want to say Bayer and a few other things in the years past. Obviously, like you mentioned, flu season, like people have certain allergy potential. I mean, how has that weather element been used even pre-COVID, used to make better decisions for brands?
Yeah, exactly. So we have a bunch of different types of triggers that you can activate against. So some of them are basic weather conditions, like is it raining, is it cloudy, etc. But then we can take it one step or two steps further, where we can ingest either third-party sales data or a brand's actual first-party data, and then find correlations in weather conditions across an aggregated amount of time, to be able to say, hey, we know that there's going to be an increase for consideration or purchase of your product when these kind of conditions align, and then allow you to activate against that. So you brought up a good point, which is, we've worked with a lot of allergy companies like GSK when they have done like allergy trackers, and again, getting in places where people are going to need their services, even before the onset of conditions.
Got it. Well, I mean, so it's one thing to have the data, the insights to do it, then you have to distribute that as well. So now you've got the ability to identify those triggers. You then are putting it into media. I think one of the things that I was most excited about when a few years back when you guys launched it is the IBM Watson advertising ad unit, on these different display and digital locations. Can you give a little background on what the actual Watson ads unit looks like, or what it actually is meant to do?
Yeah, so that's really our opportunity to help brands leverage AI to drive one-to-one conversations with their consumers. So we call it Watson Ads. It's a display unit. We leverage the power of Watson to read unstructured and structured content about a brand or a specific product. Watson trains itself through APIs like natural language understanding, tone analysis, things of that nature. And then we create a conversational ad solution where users can go in and actually free-form asking questions about a specific brand, or go through some sort of really fun activity where it analyzes your personality and then provides brand recommendations. We've done over about 50 of these, but I think what's really great is that it can be expanded across your entire digital strategy programmatically or through direct partners. And then we're also going to be able to launch, to offer that in social upcoming at the beginning of next year.
Very excited about that. Yeah, we're in the trenches now, getting it all tested out. But yeah, I think just how much people have jumped in on the digital side, the same mechanism. The idea that conversations, drive decisions and drive, purchases. Having that happen in the most conversational place in the world, which is social. I think we're going to have a lot of fun first to market moments in Q1, Q2.
Absolutely, I'm always looking forward to that.
Yeah, cool. All right, so speaking of social, so we launched together. Again, this is something where Anya and I, for a number of years, worked together before we actually had the official launch. But we've been an IBM Watson partner since 2015, 2016, and then this happened. This actual official launch happened about a month or so ago. But it's been a couple of years in the making, as it always happens with Big Blue and having a company try to find ways to integrate. I know that our value point is that we are finding a way to connect with a sales team and a division and that has a number of data sources, has an entire client roster that we can integrate into. I guess from your perspective, what did you guys see value from us in terms of having that social extension?
Yeah, absolutely. So going back to kind of our overall vision is to be a company that can provide trusted AI solutions in an open and transparent way to marketers. And we already had our data, to your point, integrated into these social platforms that marketers can activate on, but we knew that there was a lot more potential to get into this space. And I think it was Greg in the last session mentioned that now with COVID, there's even more of this transition of consumers onto social platforms, to the point where almost 80% are saying, hey, social media has this direct impact on what kind of brands I learn about, how I consider if I'm going to purchase and use them, and then even my consumption behaviors. And even more so with the pandemic, we really thought influencer media has become even more important, right? Because we're all in our homes and our outlets are these social platforms, and this becomes our community that we're trusting as consumers. And so we thought that what you guys have been doing in the influential space for the last 5 years and Watson Technology could really merge together to bring some much needed trust and transparency among this space that's already big, but exponentially more important now.
Oh, well, thank you for trusting us, and we're very excited to grow the pie together. And to be honest, this is from the heart. Like in 2015, 2016, when we first launched it, you guys, obviously, everyone knows IBM, everyone knows it's trusted, and it has an ability to really help tame the wild west that was this space, using AI to take all that unstructured data, or where you're figuring out demography, contextual relevancy, psychographics to personality insights. When we were able to go to the market with that and say, not just influential saying this, but with Big Blue, with IBM saying this is actually better, a better way to look at finding the best people to speak on your behalf, that was a game changer. And I imagine that now that we're able to combine digital with social, this is going to be the same thing with your guys' clients, that, oh, now I can extend this. And what I didn't think of, was a digital extension really now lives, on both platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's if you're going to be going through and spending time and strategy to try and build those types of communications and conversations, you want to be able to access them and distribute them across any platform, whether it be your own site, your own social handles, any place where you can digitally touch or physically touch the consumer. You want to try and have those types of experiences available in a ubiquitous way.
And one of the things early on, our actual launch was officially the Super Bowl campaign with Christopher Walken for Kia. And that was, besides a watershed moment for us, and then obviously the whole industry, one of the things that was the most interesting, and as much as the AI helped structure the data to make better decisions, the thing that you mentioned before, you mentioned personality insights. I'd love to get your thoughts as it applies to your, whether it's the Watson Ad Gen or other stuff you're doing. For us, having the 47 key traits or attributes of the Big Five theory, which those that are not aware of, is essentially like a Myers-Briggs type insight of, how are you being perceived when you speak? Are you altruistic? Are you hedonistic? Are you conservative? All the things that come across based on syntax, word usage, emojis on social. That was a game changer. It allowed for us to say that it's not just because that influencer has a 25+ audience, or because they mentioned DIY in the past, but are they altruistic for our Q4, charitable campaign? So how have you guys used personality insights on the digital side?
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. It's one of my favorite APIs that we have as well. And I think it's even more important now than ever because to your point, a lot of the advertisers and marketers are so used to saying, I want to go after 18 to 34 or movie lovers or people who have already bought an SUV in the past. And we're complex. Humans are very complex. And it also, when you start layering on specific demographic, psychographic, those types of traditional targeting layers, you have the potential to segment out certain audiences, right? And miss some people that otherwise could be really great candidates for your brand. And so being able to tap into the 47 personality insights, like for you guys, for example, you're able to identify truly the right influencers for these brands in ways that maybe the brands don't even understand align with their values. You know, they kind of show, hey, outside of what you think your values are, these are some other things to think about. And these are some types of people that you might not be considering. On our digital side, what we're able to do is leverage them again in things like our conversational ad solution, where we usually use it in a pretty lighthearted way where we're recommending certain products. And so we did a really great example with Behr Paint, where you could kind of talk a little bit about the project that you were going to be doing. What about the room? Is it going to be an office, X, Y, and Z? But then it asked questions about your personality and about feelings and how you wanted the experience that you wanted that room to give. And from being able to get that kind of granular information and more psychographic information about our consumers, we were able to pinpoint more accurately the types of paint that would be perfect for them to explore. And that we could see that because we saw a 17% increase in sales from that campaign.
Well, that's extremely powerful. And I feel like if I'm a brand and I'm listening to this and I can get that kind of additional lift and also have a new way to communicate that is beyond just maybe a purely basic static ad or kind of a regular pre-roll. Are you guys, so for those that are listening, you guys are a mixture of both distribution, but you're also helping with the creative too, the creative elements, the type of ad units, all of that's all rolled into one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that comes back to the point that we were making about being open, is that we have all of the resources available to help you at any skill level you have. So if you want IBM to leverage our in-house creative team and build out everything from soup to nuts, we can absolutely do that. But we can also provide you with the technology in a SaaS platform, and your team can build it if you have a really, really great innovations team in-house. And so we try to do that with all of our solutions, not only how you're able to build out the end execution that you're looking for, but also the distribution, whether it be giving you a tag and you run it programmatically, or we manage the entire campaign and all the bidding on our end. It's kind of like a, no size fits all. We kind of customize everything to what that marketer is looking for and their level of experience with technology and with AI.
This is actually a super this is actually super meta in terms of what the overall advertising landscape looks like. Do you think that in-housing for agencies is going to increase or decrease because of COVID? Because technically they're going to have less people to put resources towards things, but also less budget to then pay agencies. I'm actually curious. I don't know the answer, but we're seeing some people jump out of it and need to augment it with other people. Some are actually pulling it in. Have you guys seen any sort of trends?
Yeah, I think across the board, everybody's handling it a little bit differently, and it depends on what type of agency you are. If you have the support of a huge holding company, you have a lot of resources and technologies that are already available for you at the macro level, as opposed to some more independent agencies that are, just have limited resources. Across the board, though, I would say agencies and marketers are constantly being tasked to do more with less budget, less resources, and sometimes less transparency. And that's a very difficult position to be in. And that's, again, why I kind of get excited about my job, is that we are really focused to trying to help to provide AI-driven solutions to alleviate a lot of that manual labor and data crunching that needs to happen. It takes up and consumes so much of your planners and of your production company and of your team's time, and enable AI to do that. That's really why it's more about augmented intelligence and not artificial intelligence, right? It's about helping to scale cognitive human thinking and to alleviate a lot of the burdensome work that AI can take care of, so you can really focus on more of the strategy behind what you're doing.
Yeah, augmented intelligence, I think, is one of the most powerful concepts. And people, I think AI has always been perceived as something that might be a replacement for humans. And in fact, it's an augmentation. And what we've always said to our clients, because Ginny Rometty and the team have given us the way for it, is that you can essentially take the heart and the knowledge base that you go from a creative perspective and what you would know from just a deep understanding of being a human of something, mixed with the mind-numbing amount of time it would take to get the other data sets to make those live in together. I know for us, again, selecting even influencers, which is something that is both highly data but highly aesthetic, but also and feeling and guts that go with all those together. How have you guys applied that on the digital side?
Yeah, so we've done it a couple different ways. I mean, we go back to kind of the weather data piece of it. It's not humanly possible to crunch 400 terabytes of data per day to predict weather and predict audience behavior around weather conditions on a hyperlocal level. It's not humanly possible. And so what we're able to do is, like you mentioned, the marketer, the agency creative is able to create this concept and understand who they're trying to reach, how they want to reach them, and then we can help them really activate in the best way possible in terms of like timely cookieless data. On the technology side of things, it's anything from testing hundreds and thousands of different creative permutations without creating any decisioning trees, or it's creating, like I mentioned, a huge, robust conversational database without having to manually enter in every single question and answer pair and think of all the different things clients could or consumers could possibly ask. It's about alleviating a lot of that and then plugging and playing the solutions, including yours, that are best based on, again, who the marketer is trying to reach and how they want to reach them and what their end goal is.
Well, we are at the Q&A session of the portion of the time here, and we get into some really good, fast and furious number of great questions here, and you and I can both answer. Some of these are kind of social related. You can both answer if you like. Interesting. All right. Well, I know there's compliance pieces we always have to go through, but how do you approach emerging media channels, and how do they factor into your overall strategy? So whether it's social or other things, maybe other DSPs or I guess, how do you think about, because you're on the media side, what happens with your digital activations for clients? How do you approach new stuff?
Yeah, when we're looking at expanding our technologies in an open way, obviously that takes a little bit of time, especially when you have as large of a company as IBM backing you. So, and Ryan knows this through our partnership. We go through a very extensive vetting process. We want to make sure that any technology or solution that we're bringing to the marketplace and the distribution form of that, what data we're collecting, all of that is completely compliant with GDPR, with CCPA, just automatically at its core, even if it is maybe a US only solution. We want to make sure that our consumers' privacy is of the utmost importance and that we're creating cookieless solutions that can still drive marketing results, but that respect the privacy of the consumer at the same time.
And it's kind of attack on, because also for the platform to make sense depends on the KPIs of the client. Not just the audience that actually consumes there, but can you measure back sales? Can you measure back foot traffic or TV tuning or wherever the KPI is, or just simply brand lift or awareness? Like, for example, TikTok, which is one of the questions I see here, there is methods to be able to measure pretty much online to offline sales, online to online. Triller, which is one of the newest ones for short form video, does not, because they haven't put the pipes in. Companies like Likey, which is 80 million plus people using it, average consumer doesn't really know about them as much, or especially on the media side. So I think I know on the social side, I always think about it as, can I go to my Fortune 1000 brands and say I can solve for X, per your needs? On the digital side, are you guys doing the same thing where it's like that there must be the full integration to measure it, or you're not going to touch it?
Well, I think one of the benefits is that we've created a portfolio of solutions that can align to different types of KPIs. So we aren't going to recommend the same technology solution for someone trying to drive foot traffic as we are for someone to drive an online lead form. Someone who's more awareness-based versus more DR acquisition-based. Someone with an in-store strategy versus an e-commerce strategy. So yes, our solutions can tie back to those measurements. And I think at this point, you definitely want to find ways to go beyond the click and find ways to measure what your real KPI is. What does your client really want to get out of this? But again, it depends on the solution, because each one fits a completely different need.
And we can pass on this if you'd like to, but I don't know if you've been following the TikTok news regarding Microsoft and potentially Walmart. I'm just more fascinated whether or not that Walmart and then Win or it's Oracle or somebody else. I mean, I think that's an amazing moment in the industry where a retailer who really is a media agency, a media company, a Walmart Media Group, is now also potentially going to have the next generation of people in a platform that they partially or wholly own. I mean, I don't know. Have you any thoughts on Walmart being a media company and a media company that owns a potential platform?
I mean, I think you've kind of started to see this trend a while ago, right? Maybe not necessarily with Walmart, but you're looking at these different companies, and it kind of started more with the traditional cable channels, like even Disney with Hulu, right? Where it's all about audiences. It's a grab for audiences at this point. No longer are there like, 35 different cable channels to go after. Wherever you can find audiences and get first party data around those audiences that's provided from them in a compliant way is like jackpot, right? That's exactly what you want to be at. So it doesn't surprise me that these companies are starting to go after that, because not only are then they able to tap into these audiences in a unique way, which is kind of how we leverage our media platform, reaching 300 million people, only this is exponentially greater than that. But then you also have a media and content distribution platform, right? So you're able to get your content out in a very seamless way. And so I think it's a mix of that it doesn't surprise me that a Walmart would go after it. It is like a little soap opera though. So I really am very interested. I'm watching very closely on what's happening.
I'm wondering if Walmart's going to have like a dancing zone, like a TikTok area to create content in the store. I mean, they have to lean into it.
Only if it has all of the posting assets that you can buy as well, like the mirrors and the stands. You have to have it all.
Yeah, there's an influencer aisle now. Well, here, so back to kind of media as a whole. So, I mean, this question came up previously when we were talking to Shannon over at L'Oreal. She has the media piece there. But we're in the media game every day around trying to get clients to spend money. And people have reduced their media budgets over the past few months. What have you guys seen? Is the rebirth? People spending money again now? Is it something where do you think that there is a way to make up for the lack of spend earlier on, or is it going to be like a Q3, Q4 that we've ever seen before? What's your thought of the spends from brands right now?
I think it's a mix. Really, we've seen kind of different stories. So if you're a larger brand and you had originally your money in the Olympics and these huge temple events that didn't end up happening, you have a lot of budget left to spend for the remainder of the year, right? Like the Coca-Colas of the world or the State Farms of the world. And so they're really kind of hitting Q3 and Q4 hard and rebounding. But then you also have these smaller brands, maybe 500 to 1,000 that still need to be a little bit more cautious about how they go into the marketplace. We've seen pieces of our business come right back to where they were last year, luckily, right? Some of it has to do with the weather that we've been having across the country for our media business. Our data business is growing because it can be applied to so many different areas. I would say innovation budgets are still kind of on hold, which I understand, right? Companies are rebounding, they're trying to find ways to drive ROI. And so I think, if you're a technology company out there, it's about really pushing the value about doing more with less and to really drive home the fact that you can drive a stronger ROI than what they were traditionally doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some people. I mean, obviously, if you're a client of ours, Cisco, who's also obviously for the system here. People that are Uber, a bunch of people that actually have things that are relevant to the current time. We've seen them spend more than ever before. Obviously, traveler and luxury goods, not so much. But I think the market as a whole, everyone has these giant peaks and valleys since March. But I mean, so far, knock on wood, all of the Q3 and Q4 kind of uptick is exciting because it also means that hopefully that the country is coming back. People hopefully can get back to work. I know we have a lot of work there to do, but being in the media, being in any business right now is really hard. But being in the media game has been a roller coaster. Every single week, it's something different we have to put into our into our thought process.
That is absolutely right. I could not agree with you more. But I do think that we're over the initial shock, and consumers and brands have figured out ways to go about what they need to do daily in given everything going on in this pandemic. And again, technology's been and played a huge role in that. Like it's saved e-commerce. It's helped with things like even grocery stores and mitigating traffic and things of that nature. And so I do share your optimism that we are kind of in an area where we're going to be rebounding and people are going to be able to find ways to get more active again in their media spend and consumers consuming their products.
So speaking of spend, I figure this is from a brand here. So this is going to be an influencer. So hopefully we can convert them to a client after this. In your opinion, what is the optimal mix of number of influencers? The rest of it is, I want to do fewer and bigger, but I don't want to neglect our Gen Z future customers. So should it be more micro, more mid-range? Obviously, I have some POV. Do you have a POV in terms of what the optimal mix looks like?
Well, you're definitely the expert, but I'm finding more and more that kind of that micro, macro influencer is a good place to go because there's more of an authentic connection than if you were to leverage a mega influencer. I believe that it was Danielle mentioned that on the last call that especially Gen Zs, but millennials as well, we have these kind of suite of different influencers that share the same values and passions and goals that we do. And so when they're speaking to us, it's almost like someone in our immediate community or our friend is talking to us versus a celebrity where it might not be as genuine. But again, you're the expert, so I'd love to hear the way you would answer it.
So I agree wholeheartedly. And then there's an extra layer that people forget about with influencers. The vast majority of the spend on influencers right now, it's an $8 billion plus industry, is marrying that with paid media. Yeah. So when you whitelist that Gen Z, micro, macro, or even Gen X micro, macro influencer, you can then match what they embody to the consumers that have bought your product or bought competitor products in the past. And inherently, that allows you to scale. So you can still, if a lot of people don't want to pick a lot of influencers because it's really onerous, a lot of work to get approvals and content. You can still do 3 or 5 influencers, but you can still hit tens of millions of people by boosting them on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok even. So it really is a media mix with the influencers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So I think we're bumping up against time here. Chris, should we let you in the conversation?
Well, you guys, there's a minute more if you want to do a quick one. Otherwise, we can wrap up.
I guess we're just a personal question. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the year? Is there any sort of long vacations? Is there something happening that is happening, in the work world? Tell us more about what you're looking forward to.
Yeah, I would say on the work front, we're going to be announcing some really amazing new solutions at the end of September and Adweek. So I'm really excited about that. Bob Ward's going to be making some great announcements. On a personal level, I would just say, look, I live in Texas. It's like 1,000 degrees here, literally 100 every day. So I'm looking forward to the fall where I can get out and start running and I don't have to sit in a body of water every time I'm outside. It's not like it is where you guys are.
Hasn't been much better here recently.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure. It's always fun talking to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Anya. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks so much, Anya. Thanks, Ryan. That was a great chat. Obviously hits close to home for the Influential team. Those are our great partners at IBM Watson Advertising. Really great session. Thank you, guys. So a quick reminder to the viewers, it's not too late for other people to join. We still have 3 great sessions left today. Feel free to share the link with friends and colleagues. Tell them that this is an awesome session, that you're learning a lot about influencer marketing. We would appreciate it. For our next fireside chat, we have Greg Fisher, the CMO of Affirm. Most recently, Greg led the global brand marketing functions across PayPal, Braintree, and Venmo, driving efforts to better connect with customers so that they can reassess their considerations and engagement with each brand. He's always enjoyed working with fast-moving technology businesses across several categories, including microprocessors, consumer devices, and now payments. This session is moderated by Jordan Romano, the Director of West Coast Sales for Influential. Welcome to the stage, Greg and Jordan.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you so much, Chris, and thank you to the Brand Innovators team for putting on another great event. Greg, how you doing? We made it to the end of the week.
Yeah, happy Friday. Couldn't come soon enough. It seems like every week is feeling like 8 or 9 days long.
Yeah, right. Yeah, happy Friday, whatever that means anymore, right? And these times. So to kick it off, tell us a little bit about yourself, what Affirm is and how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I spend most of my day thinking about how are we connecting with our customers, and our customers come in two forms. On one side, we've got consumers, and what they're searching for is a simple, transparent alternative to a credit card. And we're very heavy with millennials and Gen Z, and they grew up, in 2008 financial crisis, distrust of banks, and kind of looking for something new. They're already very accustomed to splitting payments, Netflix, Rent the Runway, Dollar Shave Club. And so, like, as they're looking to buy other things in their life, they love the reliability and predictability of splitting that into a 3, 6, or 12-month payment. And we've seen an incredible influx of people searching for this, and like already have 5.5 million people in our network that I'm talking to every day. On the flip side, we've got merchants, and I think years ago they looked at payments as a not very strategic part of their business, and it's just a mark on the checkout page. Today, especially with consumers looking for something new, like they're looking for revenue accelerators and a marketing platform. And so with merchants, I'm working with them on how we can increase their average order values. I can bring new consumers to them, and then also help drive loyalty. Our consumers, once they make one transaction, they're repeating at a 67% rate, just to give you an idea of how much this category is taking off. But not only taking off, it's sticking. So you look at that, and my day is pretty busy. A lot of people to connect with.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got a lot going on right now. Yeah. So, and speaking of those merchants, a lot of marketing dollars are being scrutinized now more than ever because unprecedented times. I know a lot of our clients, they want to maximize every dollar that they're spending, and rightfully so. So how are you helping those merchants maximize their marketing efforts?
Yeah, I think every CMO I'm talking to today is saying, like, everywhere from the board to the C-suite is looking at that investment and saying, how can you tighten your belt? And if not, like, how are you providing more immediate return? Because every merchant's looking at uncertainty moving forward. And so I think the biggest thing I keep hearing is, our brand marketing is at risk. Traditional, let's roll out the anthem video, and all the things that big creative agencies love to pitch, and marketers we love to do. And so I think the important piece here is that we still need to do storytelling. For my brand, I need to be able to talk to people and land the benefits of why we should matter and why they'd want to consider us. And every merchant I talk to says the same thing. And so it's interesting, the conversation right before this was about influencers. And we're leaning more and more heavily into influencers, because the other part that's interesting about consumers is every consumer right now is looking forward in a different way, but has been impacted in a significant way. Whether it's through inequality and racism, or natural disasters, or hey, we still have this pandemic going on. It's so important to be thinking about how are you connecting with people on a more individual level in context of where they're at. And so, like, we're kind of looking at a micro to macro influencer strategy by category and even by segment. And so, like, just a couple hours ago, we launched a new influencer, Jerry, from the Netflix show Cheers. He's a great fit. We partnered up with Walmart, and he's doing a great job of talking to our younger demographic about all of his favorite back to school items, and being able to tell the story to people who want to be able to get their children the things they need, but they might be facing that uncertainty and want the confidence to be able to split payments. And so it gives you an idea of like how we're thinking about the segment, how we want to bring merchants to the table. And it's benefiting both sides of our payment network.
Yeah, that's great to hear. It seems like from previous brands, actually on the event today, a lot of the brands are leaning towards those micro and macro influencers as opposed to the typical celebrity influencers that they've used in the past. Because people's priorities are changing, and Generation Z might listen to a micro influencer more closely than they would someone they don't feel any kind of connection with. So that's great to know.
I think the important part on that was, it was said earlier too about the authenticity of it. I don't think we're going to ever be signing up a big celebrity to pitch our brand, and I think a lot of the merchants we talk to as well are in the same space. If you think about influencers, there was a big rise, and then kind of like, whoa, why are you spending your money there? And I'm certainly seeing like a second rise, but much more in terms of like a genuine connection to talk about your story.
Got it. And you mentioned, the change in your consumers' habits. So for you specifically, running your company, what has been the biggest change your team has experienced since March, and how have you shifted gears as it relates to your marketing efforts in specific?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is we've seen the most monumental rapid shift of dollars offline to online, like since the history of the internet. And so everything that I talked to you earlier about consumers, that shift just went into overdrive. And just in the last few months, we've added 1.5 million consumers who are facing unprecedented unpredictability in the future that want the confidence of a firm. And I think on the other side, merchants are realizing and going, oh man, like if they don't have a solution like Affirm, they are rushing very fast to get it. Because before it was a bit more of, yep, there's some consumers that want this, but we don't feel the urgency. Consumers are actively seeking this out. And so I think we're launching multiple merchants every single week because of this. And then on the other side of the network, merchants are feeling the squeeze, right? And they've always said, how can you drive up conversion? How can you bring me new consumers? Like, they're demanding it more. And we're working with merchants on a one-to-one basis. But because of that connection, the biggest shift we've made is ramping up and dealing with the growth faster than we were expecting.
That's a good problem to have, and you're helping these merchants get consumers that they otherwise, wouldn't have, especially now. So, and that brings me to your current campaign that you have, New Gratitude. How did that idea come about, and how are you executing that?
Yeah, it was a pivot moment because I think looking in March, we had our whole summer and fall campaign planned out, and we're feeling very confident, like, hey, we've even got holiday going early. And then this all hit, and we thought, like, again, it's about connecting with people on a real level. And so, we're all locked down for a few months, couldn't do very much. And, that feeling you got the first time you went to a restaurant again, it was the best meal eating out I think I've ever had, because I've been, cooking at home and utilizing the microwave a lot. And so, we wanted to capture that feeling. And, I think capture that feeling in a flexible way, because looking forward, every single state is thinking about reopening different ways. People are thinking about it differently. And, we want to promote responsibility as well. And so, the first phase we rolled out was about, hosting at home, maybe having some people in your backyard, reconnecting with outdoors. We've seen a huge surge in people buying outdoor type items. And so we partnered with like Dyson and Adidas to make this happen. It resonated very well with people and had a high degree of incrementality, just because it's connecting with them in the right way. We just recently launched Back to School, and that can look very different for everybody. Some kids are going back to the classroom, some are needing new tablets, and so on. And we're about ready to kick off the third phase, and that's more about like watch parties, having virtual events, and we're partnering with Walmart, Design Within Reach, even like Oscar de la Renta, because I think we've been all wearing a lot of athleisure wear. for the last few months. And as we're starting to venture out, we're thinking, man, like we need to refresh this wardrobe a bit. And so, a lot of our fashion brands are seeing a pretty significant uptick, and we're there with them. I think the one other thing, like we talked about storytelling. And so, of course, like influencers are a big part of this. But I think more than ever, we're thinking about like content and media partnerships because, again, it's such a way to tell contextual stories. And so we just launched a partnership with Apartment Therapy. And like we're shining a spotlight on the breadth of all of our home merchants and like how we can help those readers like affordably create beautiful backyard oasis and like home study spaces. Like everyone wants their home to be more comfortable to be living in and working in these days. And then we're also looking at another one with like Who What Wear, similar, like having editors raise more awareness around some of the purchases that people can make with the firm. So we've got a pretty big list of these partners we're looking at. I think it's going to be a great platform for us.
That's a lot of good points. I know for a lot of people, their home has become, their sanctuary. It's their office. It's their, place of leisure. And it's a good point you bring up about wanting to buy the nice clothes. I used to work at a talent agency and I wear a suit every day. And then I got to the point where I was like, I don't really want to wear a suit every day. And now it's like you kind of miss dressing up a little bit. So you get excited to, put on some nice clothes.
Earlier today, like in my meetings, everyone was like, why are you wearing a collared shirt? What's going on?
Yeah, they're at a big meeting, big event.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dressed up a bit,
Thanks for dressing up for us. We appreciate it. And that kind of brings me to, as we make our way out of this pandemic, because there is light at the end of the tunnel, as we transition into this new normal, how is a firm thinking about marketing and content? And then specifically any preview that you can share like ahead of the holiday season, if you have any holiday partnerships coming up.
Yeah, I think this is again about meeting people where they are and like planning for flexibility because so much can happen in the next few months. I think something else that's interesting is every merchant that I'm talking to, like they're planning much later than normal. Similar thing, I think they're feeling great about having their holidays buttoned up in Q1, and a lot of them are still planning and trying to do, I think, similar things that we're thinking of. On top of it, we've done research and saying, talking to consumers and trying to look for it around corners. I think the predominant theme is they're thinking about holidays earlier. And typically most people are saying, hey, we're going to start buying like by mid-October. So, the breaking the golden rule of not really kicking off holiday until after Thanksgiving's broken. Like we're actually going to do it now before Halloween. So around October 20. And quite a few of our major merchant partners are doing the same thing. And so I think like the theme we're going with is can't stop the holidays, and like really excited about it. Everyone's holidays certainly are going to look different this year, but people want to be able to celebrate in the way that feels natural as possible or normal with their friends and family, whether it's virtual or in person. And so we're tailoring a lot of our promotions and offer around that insight.
Yeah, Black Friday is going to look a lot different this year, right? It's going to be more of a Cyber Monday and more, I know Amazon Prime Day is October 5th, so I'm sure a lot of people will be going online and buying on that day as well, especially for the holidays. And what are some strategic partnerships and collaborations that you guys have formed or given back to recently in response to COVID or social injustice this year?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, like outside of wanting to provide like an honest financial opportunity for people, it's Affirm is about equality and inclusion. And I feel that every single day with our entire employee base. The last few months have been hard. We've had a lot of difficult conversations internally with our team, and I'm very proud of like our employee resource group. It's Black at Affirm, and they have spent a significant amount of time educating us and what it's like to be dealing with racism, and more importantly, like what can the rest of the company do to truly be an ally. And I couldn't be more proud of this group. And I think as we've been moving through this, like on June 3rd, we shut down our office and told people, take time to reflect, take time to think about like everything you've heard. And then also, like, if you're comfortable, go out and do peaceful protests, discuss with friends and family, like extend a lot of the education that you've been hearing inside our company walls. We've had a lot of meetings over the last few months, like literally shut down and talking about what's happening in the world, and what we can do as a company, what we can do as individuals. And I've never experienced anything like this in my life. Very, very exciting just in terms of the momentum I'm feeling. We're also like taking action. So like one of the things we did early on was participate in Stop the Hate campaign. And we paused every investment, Instagram and Facebook are our most high performing channels. But we always believe in doing what's right for people, and we wanted to support that fully, and we did. And then I think looking forward, we want to encourage all of our employees to drive change. And so on election day, we're not holding any meetings in the company. We want every single employee to get out and vote, to drive the change that I think we collectively believe in.
It's awesome to hear. And we're actually doing the same thing with our company on election, giving employees, that holiday if they choose to use it to go off and vote. We also did a similar thing for Juneteenth in June, which sounds similar to what you guys did June 3rd. And the world has changed, and, it's a lot of things that you weren't taught in school, and it's constantly evolving. So it's good to educate everyone at the company and have open discussions about that kind of thing. And then you guys have the Affirm Communities of Color Advocacy Fund, right? Can you tell us a little bit more about that specifically?
Yeah, our Black at Affirm mobilized this for the company, and we've got a foundation called Affirm Cares. And so we all wanted to help immediately. And the best thing that we could do was make some donations. So our CEO seeded it with a contribution of $100,000. And he challenged the company to raise that much more, and he'd donate another 100,000. The employees more than surpassed that, and we ended up with $300,000 splitting between the Equal Justice Initiative and the Black Star Project. What's interesting, if you look at the size of our company, that per person, that's about a $400 donation. And so wow. you look across the spectrum of employees we have, I think it's a strong demonstration of how much everybody is invested and cares behind this.
No, that's great that the employees want to get involved and they give, much. I mean, that's a pretty significant amount if you look at the breakdown for all of your employees. Yep. And so how has your business model evolved over the last years? You help consumers suggest purchases in these economically difficult situations. There's a lot of companies who are laying people off right now. They might not have, the money that they had last year at this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still holding true to our foundation. People comes first. We still have a big mission of being that true alternative to a credit card. As a company, we've never once charged for a late fee, no hidden fees. You won't have deferred interest with us, compound interest. Everything's very straightforward. And so I think a lot of change is happening, but we've sat on that bedrock, and it's the right thing to do for people. I think with that, though, it kind of goes back to what we were talking earlier. Our business model is evolving to think about the incredible growth. As we have more and more consumers on, we need more people internally to talk to them and help them and make sure that they're having a world-class experience. And same thing for our merchants. We're onboarding new merchants every single week. We believe in a white glove service with them. We're a true partner that is going to hold their hand every step of the way to drive new consumers and lift their revenue. So I think a good chunk of my and a lot of the executives' attention at the company is making sure that we're getting ahead of the growth.
Yeah, in a time when a lot of companies are, having to lay people off, it sounds like you guys are expanding and you're looking to grow. So that sounds like a pretty good problem to have also right now. And then just to get a little personal, what's your, key motivator that gets you up each morning during these unprecedented times?
Probably two answers here. The first one gets back to what you're saying of like your work is your home and everyone's on top of each other, and like it's hard to get some space alone. So where getting up to work out kind of seemed like a chore before all this, I value my run in the morning more than anything. Like it is the one time I don't have a phone ringing, someone popping in the office, whatever, right? It's my time where I can clear my head and think. On a more personal level, whoever read that introduction, like I was like, wow, yeah, I've worked in technology my entire career. Great brands, loved it, so much fun. This is the first time where I've gotten to work in technology with a company that's like truly mission driven and not just saying it in words, but like truly backs it up with actions. And I think when you get up and go to work or walk across the hall, it's a lot more satisfying. And one of the things that just brings so much motivation for me, the team, all of us at Affirm, is we have consumers writing in like unprompted, like pretty much every day, saying, hey, like you changed my life for good. And they have really hard life experiences where they want that predictability, they want that help. They don't want to get into the pitfalls that like credit cards can bring them into. They've discovered us and they say thank you. I think on the other side of that too is because we're treating people the right way, we're offering like little moments of delight. You talk to the people in the customer care, people will call in and say, oh man, I missed my payment by a day. And waiting for the windfall of what's going to happen to them, and because they're used to it with a credit card, and we're like, hey, make your payment, no late fee. We've got you. We're on your side. You treat a person like that, you've got a customer for life. And so I think that's a couple examples of like how we're truly backing up what we're saying. And as a marketer, I've got a great product, I've got growth. Mission driven. It's pretty easy to get up in the morning.
Yeah, one of the first things I learned in sales is, you have to really love what you're selling. And it sounds like you really love, the product that you guys are selling and you stand behind it. And it's great to get that positive feedback from your consumers because as you're right, they'll keep coming back. It's great to make money, but also to help people and really believe in what you're doing. And then going back to, getting the morning run, and it's so important to disconnect. Yeah, I've been cycling in the morning and running. I have 2 dogs and a 2-year-old daughter at home. So, that's kind of like my quiet time in the morning before I get going. So it's very important to have that.
I've got the 6-year-old daughter and like she has realized how fun it is to see her face on Zoom.
Yeah, my daughter just discovered Snapchat recently and she loves going through all the different filters and everything. So it keeps her entertained. Yeah. And what's something that you're looking forward to this year in your work and the industry at large?
I think you'll probably say I'm crazy. I'm looking forward to holiday. I think you're typically used to having a planned out cadence happening. I'm kind of looking forward to a bit of the chaos and the unpredictability because I think it's going to open up a lot of moments for us to help our merchant partners have a successful holiday season. It's a great challenge and I'm looking forward to it.
Very cool. Yeah. So would you say normally you aren't looking forward to the holidays as much, or you kind of are this year just because of everything that's been happening?
I think with holidays, like if you've done a great job planning, you pretty predictable what's going to happen. I think this year, every brand is planning so last minute, there are going to be last minute opportunities to capitalize. And I think Affirm we're really built to pivot quickly and take advantage of change. And so, I think because of that, I'm kind of a competitive person, and I'm looking forward to it and saying challenge accepted.
Yeah, and what's one new marketing tactic that you've tested has been proven successful over the last year? I know, things are rapidly changing, week to week right now in your industry and in the world at large. So is there anything that's been proven successful?
Yeah. It's not a new tactic, but I'd maybe reframe it and say it's a new approach. I think in Q2, like pretty much every brand I talked to said, hey, let's pull back on marketing a little bit until we have a better view on what's happening. And so while we did that, we thought, hey, let's double down and think about our engagement marketing, thinking about life cycle and organic. And so we spent a lot of time looking at all of our life cycle marketing, everything from our automated triggers to like really thinking more about personalization. And then, hey, finally getting the time to do more search engine optimization. Like all of these old tactics that, as you're going out and thinking about driving growth, sometimes you put them in the back seat. So we spent a couple of months doing that and, seeing healthy double-digit returns on incrementality.
That's always good to see.
Yeah. Old tactic becomes new.
And what's been a key component of a successful work from home for your teams and partners that you've worked with? Because obviously you're not just talking with people inside the company, you're dealing with your merchants as well and partners. So what's been more challenging on that front?
Oh man, like where to start on this? A lot of it was, I think, early on, we very much over-rotated on over-communication because we're like, wow, I can't stop by this person's desk, or we're not all, in these face-to-face meetings. And I think it was the right thing to do. But as everyone started to settle in working from home, I was quickly hearing like, please stop. Like, this is too much. So like, instead of doing a daily stand up or, weekly all teams, we shifted it more back to normal. And now like the biggest thing I'm hearing from the teams is the most valuable thing I can drive is reducing the meeting cadence and driving a lot of discipline in terms of like how we're making decisions, communicating it to the teams, and improving operational rigor beyond even what it was before. And what's interesting is like I'm seeing a higher degree of productivity now with the teams than before we left because it's forced us to execute better. In terms of our partners, similar thing. I think one of the advantages we have is like more and more of our merchants are proactively reaching out to us because of the results we're driving. And so like from an over communication perspective, like we're talking to some of them like every day now. And so like I think this has been a good thing because like we're stronger partners now than we were before the pandemic.
Right. It seems like people are more connected now more than ever. So we actually have a few minutes for some questions from the audience. And I think this is a good one that actually just came in because you did mention Walmart earlier. And with TikTok potentially being acquired by Microsoft and Walmart, does that make it more attractive as a potential channel for you?
Yeah, like someone brought that up to me this morning, and my idea was, well, I haven't even invested any thought into that. I think one of the things that's interesting would be Walmart's ability to bring that data together. They know so much about their customers, and then like having a platform to like more authentically communicate and talk about like micro influencers there. And so, I think it's a very interesting proposition for them that they're considering.
Definitely, that could be really big for them. And I have another one that just came in. As leaders, you're always developing your abilities. So what skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year?
What would I like them to develop? I think like our marketing muscle at the company, we're still building it. And so, I think a lot of it is, it's about integration because I think we started out a lot of the year, we've got the growth marketing team, we have the partner marketing team, the social team, the comms team. And so I think we were operating a bit in silos, and like, as we've matured as a marketing organization and like a platform that's leading merchants, it is about pulling everything together in a very strong way. And, you think about integration campaigns like all of us have worked on, it's taking it to the next level where you're infusing like real media innovation at the top of it and then scaling things below it, because like it is so challenging to cut through today. And so like I think that's the muscle we're building, is like that next level of whole team working together for an outcome, both for our brand and then also for merchants.
Yeah, it is getting tougher and tougher to cut through to consumers with just so many things coming at you on a daily basis. And here at Influential, we do specialize in influencer marketing. So what are some ways that you ensure you have a diverse pool of influencers that you are working with, your consumers?
We're very active in making sure that we're doing that. So I actually think where this starts is building a diverse team. And so, as we're building our teams, we're very conscious about that. And, you look across my team and, people from, all around the world, different races, different backgrounds. And I think when you think about building teams in that way, some of that diversity and inclusion in the way that you show up to the world is a lot easier because you're thinking as a diverse group. And so like, as we've been looking at our influencers and anyone else that represents our brand, that's been something we've very consciously been putting to the forefront.
Right. Yeah, you're getting diverse views and different opinions, and that's really important to have, especially these days. Another question came in. Any advice for a brand that has more heritage or isn't as digitally native in creating that deep reflection of their audience?
Yeah, that's a tough one. You look at a lot of the long-standing brands, and they've got the heritage and of the perception that they're bringing with them, and so it's hard to turn and change that perception. I think the most important thing to consider is, as you're pivoting, make sure you're being authentic to your brand. Like you see brands go out and reinvent themselves, and you look at them and like, what are you doing? Like I don't believe you. And so, I think that's probably the most important thing, is like you're thinking about your brand and like how you maybe are connecting with different targets.
Yeah, consumers are really savvy nowadays. So if something's not, online with the brand and what they've typically done for years, I feel like people can sniff it out pretty quickly, and they know if it's inauthentic. So it's good to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another question, how do you approach emerging media channels, and how do they factor into your overall strategy?
I think they're important, especially as you're trying to reach people where they are. And we talked about that earlier. Like it's more important than ever, because everyone's meeting you with a different life experience. And so I think if you're not considering emerging media channels, you're probably behind, and you're missing out on a lot of opportunity. As we're today, and also looking forward, like dedicating a percentage of your media budget for that type of experimentation is really important. Don't be afraid to fail. And then also, as you're getting into some of these new channels, like rapid experimentation, looking at results and continuing to move forward is important.
Yeah, and I know especially a lot of the Gen Zers, they're watching more YouTube nowadays. It's not the linear television, that maybe you or I was accustomed to growing up and watching now. So it's like you really have to hit them online, especially because if you don't, they might not be seeing it. And it kind of goes back to using those micro influencers, to reach that audience.
Yep, absolutely.
Are you using any kind of new media these days? Are you on TikTok or Instagram, Facebook? Is there anything that you've done? How has your media consumption changed during the past few months?
I think it's gotten more focused. And it's predominantly because like somehow, even though I don't have a commute anymore, and it feels like I should have more time, I have less. And so, I think the type of media that's in the moment, I'm watching TNT and ABC for NBA playoffs, so happy that they're back. But everything else is very much on demand, and a bit more specialized. So, your Netflix, Hulu, and then any particular network thing I want on my own convenience. That's probably where it's mostly coming from. And then, if you're just bored and kind of like wanting to look around, I found myself on Reddit a lot more. Just seeing what's going on outside some of the major sources of news.
Yeah, I was listening to a lot of podcasts before the pandemic, and I feel like that kind of waned a little bit because I didn't have the commute anymore.
Yeah.
So I've kind of turned more to the Netflix and the Hulu. And I'm also a big sports junkie, so I love watching sports, and I feel like that kind of went away for a while. And I'm actually really excited that we're kind of having a sports equinox right now. Everything's kind of coming back all at once. With the NBA, I guess almost went away, but I'm hearing talks that it looks like the playoffs are going to resume. So yeah, that's good to know. But yeah, less sports and more getting into shows that I wouldn't otherwise watch. Are there any shows in particular that you're invested in right now?
You're gonna laugh, but like the first time around, I never watched Entourage, and so I'm deep into season 4 now.
I've seen every episode of Entourage. I think when I was in college, that was part of the reason why I wanted to move out to LA to the entertainment business was to live the Entourage lifestyle.
Yep.
So that's a good point. It gives you a lot of time to catch up on older shows that maybe you didn't catch the first time around, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Very cool. And in addition to basketball, are there any other sports that you're into as well? Are you watching any of the baseball games or hockey? I know the NHL playoffs are on as well.
No, like now that basketball starts at like 10 a.m. for me and goes all the way until I go to bed, like it's kind of on in the background all day. Like it's a dream come true.
Yeah, I noticed before it'd be like one big playoff game or something, and now I feel like they're like kind of all like within like hours of each other, so it's great. I enjoy watching the digital fans in the background. I think I saw like Lil Wayne like high-fived a fan. I don't know if you saw that a few weeks ago. Just because they're watching together and they saw it on TV and they high-fived each other. So it allows those great moments that, fans wouldn't have to interact with their celebrities that they admire.
I think like NBA as a brand has done a phenomenal job navigating like all of the changes, uncertainty, it's noteworthy. And like, I think as marketers and stewards of brands, like we should take note of like how they've navigated the last 4 or 5 months.
Definitely. Well, I see Chris. Chris, are we about out of time here?
That's the dead giveaway. Time to wrap it up. Well, thank you guys so much. This was a great conversation. Greg, really appreciate having you on. Your insight was very cool. I think I knew a little bit about Affirm before this conversation, but got a lot of great education about it. Very exciting, very cool company. Really appreciate having you on. Thank you.
Thanks for the invite.
Thank you so much, Greg.
And Jordan, great job on the moderating. So we are actually to our final session of the day. It has been quite a day. Some amazing conversations had. It's a Friday at 4:10 p.m. on the East Coast, so I'm sure some of you are wanting us to wrap it up, so it's happy hour soon. But in the meantime, we have one of our biggest conversations of the day. One reminder before we jump into it, please use the hashtag BILivecast in any posts about today's event. We are thrilled to be joined next by Doug Palladini, the Global Brand President of Vans, a veteran of the action sports industry with more than 25 years of leadership across marketing, sales, and product. Doug Palladini was appointed to lead Vans as the global president in July of 2016. In his role, Palladini oversees the strategic direction of brands, more than $4 billion global sales, while enabling the regional teams to develop and deliver local strategies to drive continued worldwide growth. This session will be moderated by my brother, Ryan Dieter of Influential. Welcome to the stage, Doug and Ryan.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, Doug, how are you holding up?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm very good. You're in the OC, right?
Yeah, in the OC.
Nice. Yeah, we're here in LA, right in Beverly Hills office, and it is ridiculously hot these days. But hopefully, you guys are staying cool.
We're doing fine considering.
Yeah, cool. Well, speaking of obviously how everyone is trying to cope with everything happening in the world today. I would love to, just very rarely do you have a bunch of marketers who can look at someone and say, how do you get over the hump of having hundreds of thousands of people that you actually manage and deal with the pandemic? So I'd love to get your POV on March 12th hits. Tom Hanks gets sick and the world changes. What happened? Did you guys go into pure virtual mode? What were the next steps to basically handle that? And obviously now we're 6 months plus in. How has that evolved over time?
Yeah, March 12th, since you mentioned, that was our last day in our global headquarters in Costa Mesa, California. And we've been all working remotely ever since then, all over the world. We have offices in Asia that are partially back to work, depending on where the spikes are. Just starting to let some people back into the European headquarters on a very restricted basis. And then obviously here in the United States, representing the Americas region, we're still on lockdown. I would tell you that the first thing we did was really consider the impact on our people, Ryan, which is just incredibly substantial. I'm real fortunate. My kids are grown and out of the house, but I have lots of employees who have 2 members of the household working for and small children to take care of, and that's the real deal. And so we have used a very amazing new piece of artificial intelligence called flexibility and empathy. I don't think it's about technology. I think it's about being human at this point and just saying no 2 people in our company are dealing with the same set of issues right now. And so what we need to show is empathy. We need to be there with them, and we need to show the maximum amount of flexibility. If you need to go live with your parents so they can help, go. If you can't make this meeting, we'll record it for you so you can watch it later. I think we just have to really bring sort of our human side to bear here. We talk about our employee base globally as the Vance family, and we try to really treat those people like family. And I hope that they would reflect that if you were asking them what's been like for them.
Well, it's great to hear, and we're a fractional size. We're about 100 or less people, and I know that I was on the road every other week pre this, traveling.
I miss traveling.
But it's funny. It's not funny. It's the nature of how distant I was to my other employees because I was always traveling from place to place. I've actually found that despite it being through electronics and digital and Cisco's of the world. But I'm actually, I have more time. I spend more time doing, thought leadership moments with them, finding ways to connect. Are you guys doing like weekly kind of all hands? How are you guys managing that?
Yeah, again, trying to stay as connected as we can, given that the physical isn't there anymore. We really use our offices as our sort of cultural hubs. And so when you lose that sort of very obvious thing where you have everybody driving to your base every day, you have to really think in different ways. And so what we've tried to do is bring the culture to all of those people. So instead of all those people from the outside coming into the center, we've tried to take the culture in the center and push it out. And I think inverting that process has yielded some very good results, as you said. It makes it a lot more personal. You're talking to a group and someone's cat jumps on their keyboard, and then a baby comes in the room screaming and needs a parent to hug them. And I personally revel in those moments because when everyone's coming to the center, you don't see those things. And I think that's been a very sort of beautiful side effect of a very difficult time in this world, to see that sort of other part of our employees, their fathers, their sisters and brothers, their sons, as much as they are employees. And it's been really nice to be reminded of that.
Earlier today, our first session today was actually with our friend Shannon Reed from L'Oreal, and she had a really fun comment. She's like, "Yeah, despite the fact that everyone's virtual, you get a better peek into someone's life besides the family, but also the bookshelf behind them. When I'm at home, when I have worse Wi-Fi connection, so I always come to the office for these. I have a Dr. Seuss thing behind me, so it kind of gives you that kind of POV. Have you learned a lot from your employees, just kind of seeing their background and seeing what they're into?
Yeah, front lighting is essential. Yeah, it's all this influencer stuff, which I don't have to tell you, Ryan. But I've been watching all these YouTube influencer videos about how they vlog, and because first I was like a big shadow. No one could see me. Everyone's like, Doug, why are you so dark? Are you not feeling well? And I realized I actually had to shape up with just a little bit and shave every once in a while. And I'm still wearing the t-shirt, but yeah, the ways, and people, it's been real fun now to make fun of Zoom and to talk badly about Zoom. Ryan, you and I travel a lot. Remember when we would get on flights and there was no Wi-Fi, and then we got Wi-Fi. We got Wi-Fi, and the next day we were complaining about how slow the Wi-Fi is. So we're very blessed to have the technology we have today, which is why I'm talking to you, right? But that said, then immediately what we do is start finding problems with all the WebExes and Zooms of the world immediately. And so we've tried to get past that and just say, let's just focus on the people and what they're feeling. And another really positive byproduct I mentioned to you is that I've noticed that my team, the executive team, has started all their conversations by asking the other people how they are. And it may seem like an obvious thing, but actually when you're in the office and you're rushing from meeting to meeting, you sit down and throw open your iPad and you start talking about whatever you're there to talk about. You don't take the time to say, how's your family? How are you doing in all this? How's your stress level? But we're doing that now. So just that little bit of extra time to, again, be human, I think has been a really, really nice byproduct.
Yeah, the mental health kind of check-ins, I think it has to happen in a company. I know that especially the dead of summer right now, people are starting to take some days off. Obviously, Labor Day is coming up, so I think there's a lot of people just kind of banked a lot of, because even though those that actually obviously could maintain their job, everyone had to come together so much at every company to basically get through the hardest parts. That hopefully, knock on wood, that the world starts to open up a bit and things are safe again. But people need to have, like, I know that a number of our employees are taking off over the next few weeks, and honestly, I'm going to probably take a day off for the first time in several years, because you have to have a mental health day.
We had a lot of employees say, I don't want to take any time off because I can't go anywhere. And what we've tried to explain to them is, it doesn't matter. Go to the park, go to the beach and walk along the boardwalk. We live in a beautiful, we're very fortunate. Our home base is Southern California. Sure. It's beautiful outside almost every day. Take that time to just not have a meeting, not have to look at your email. Even if you're in the confines of where you normally live, it's still worth it to take some time off. So that's been definitely a good conversation for us. I can't go to it right now, but I can still enjoy not having to look at my emails for a few days.
100% co-sign. Get out in nature wherever possible. It cleanses everything. I'd love to switch gears a minute. So I'm sure a lot of people think you're the biggest Simpsons fan of all time. I think I'm up there. I used to know like episode numbers. I've since lost some credibility. You guys launched an entire Simpsons collection. Was that something that you did, or was that a team effort? Were you a big giant fan yourself, or and what is it? How did it all come about?
No, most of Brian, I think you'll find that most of the good things that happen at Vans, I have nothing to do with. So, yeah. No, we, as you know, we're a regular collaborator, but our collaborations take place on multiple levels. The Simpsons is a good example of something we do every summer, which is a big licensing commercial blowout. We've done Star Wars, we've done Nintendo. Last summer was Harry Potter. So we're trying to find things that are connected to us culturally through popular culture and also through the form of creative expression. And The Simpsons is very near and dear to our heart. First of all, what does Bart Simpson ride to get around town?
Skateboard.
Right.
Yeah.
And Matt Groening, the creator, is also a big skate fan. So we have a very good emotional connection to The Simpsons, which helps. And but we do all kinds. We have some collaborators who get the keys to the castle and get to make almost whatever they want. Those are the Supremes and the Dover Street Markets of the world. There's very few of them, opening ceremony, etc. Then you have the true collaborators, and those are like the like-minded brands. Those are the other skate brands, the musicians we collaborate with, etc. And that's the goal. There is like to have 1 + 1 = 3, where we have these shared visions. When we get together, we create something better. And then we also have a lot of collaborations that speak to social justice and environmental sustainability and things like that. We just got through with Nat Geo, and we did a really great project with Ralph Steadman last year. The goal of those was to raise awareness of environmental issues. So there can be a lot of different reasons to collaborate, but of course, The Simpsons is amazing. And it's so amazing to share that energy with so many people. When you first announce it and you see the buzz building up, and then you see the product vaporize, it's just really fun to see. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I never get sick of that.
Well, I mean, my favorite is all your El Barto stuff. So I'm a big fan of all your stuff. So I'm actually curious. So you guys run the gamut. And I don't know exactly if I were to ask someone like, what's the demographics for a Vans buyer? Like, you guys have everyone from Gen Z to people that are, Gen X that were obviously watch you guys for years. Do you guys think about collaborations like The Simpsons, which it really is across all all demographics? It's a millennial thing. It's a millennial into Gen X. Do you think about every collaboration based off of that, or is it more just I like a license and my consumers do it and we'll figure out who's going to buy what?
Yeah. The first thing I would say, Ryan, is that we're totally comfortable being a multi-generational brand. Vans was founded in 1966, the same year I was founded. So if you do your math, we're both 54 years old. And so what I tell people is that we no longer believe in demographics. And there's a lot of reasons why that's a very old school and I think archaic way to think about it. When we talk about Vans, we talk about a state of mind. And that state of mind is based on an off-the-wall mentality and the way you look at life and the way you look at the world. And that's what joins us together, not a chronological age. I think chronological age is more and more irrelevant. Back in the time, Ryan, when we were able to go to live music events together, I would see all the time little kids with their parents. Okay. And so I think that generational gap that I had with my dad doesn't exist anymore. I think kids these days in youth culture are totally cool with older people being a part of the same things that they are. It's not the turnoff that it was in the 1970s when I was growing up.
And you mentioned, that's a good segue. You mentioned like people at live events and when the world was pre-COVID. My brother mentioned before, you have 25 plus years in action sports industry, and Vans has been a major part about that. What have you seen the biggest changes that have happened in that industry? Now, COVID aside, which obviously was a thing that everyone had to deal with for live sports, but I mean, it was a garage version of it, back in 90s and 2000s. Now it's this massive multi-billion-dollar industry. I mean, what's been the growth reasons, and what's the changes that you've seen?
Yeah, Steve Van Doren, who is the son of the founder of Vans, Paul Van Doren, and he's our global ambassador, brand ambassador. He's worked on Vans since the first day he was alive, basically. He really helped build what grassroots marketing is in this world. And so that remains a very, very important part of who we are. That sort of hand-to-hand, person-to-person building of our brand drives what we think is the strongest form of emotional connectivity. And so when you have that limb lopped off at a time like we are now, you have to respond, right? And so when you see people who lose a limb or lose a sense, you see the other things get stronger. And I think that's a very good analogy for what we're trying to do. Of course, it's not to the severity of losing your eyesight and having to deal with it. I have much respect for those people. But the brand analogy there does ring true, because we had a big part of who we are lopped off when we could no longer physically be together. Grassroots, live events, the House of Vans kind of thinking that we have as a brand remains a really important part of who we are. And switching that from an in-person into a virtual experience has been a no regret action for us. There's things you lose, there's things you gain. It is a true trade-off. It's not, they're not mutually exclusive. There's a benefit to each, as you mentioned earlier, from the personal side of Zoom, but with events, with experiences, with the interactivity with our fan base, we've had to pivot and be quite agile in the way that we've had to move away from something that we consider a part of our legacy, a part of our competitive advantage, and into this new realm where how do we retain that connectivity when we can't be there in person? It's been a heavy lift for our team.
And have you guys leveraged social? So whether it's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, are having your ambassadors go out there and create content and having UGC from individuals? What's been your guys' tactic?
The strategy has shifted to depth of virtual engagement. So for Vans, it's usually a quality, not quantity story. We compete against some of the biggest volume brands in the world. I'm sure you can guess who they are. And so for us, it's much more about the quality per engagement and the depth of engagement per fan than it is about the quantity of fans. So we've really tried to lean into that. And if you've looked at the content that we did a content series when COVID hit called Bouncing Off the Walls. And that was really based on listening to our fans and what was going on in their lives. And what we heard was, I'm stressed. I hate being locked up inside. This thing's giving me anxiety. I'm bored out of my mind. And so we responded with the kind of content that could entertain, inform, engage, and create a two-way communication. A very obvious one that I love to talk about is the shoebox challenge. We said to everybody, go into your closet, find an old cardboard Vans shoebox, and make something else out of it, anything, and then post it, use a hashtag. And really, again, it wasn't the thousands and thousands of entries that we got in the contest. It was people spending days and days and days building cardboard out into working radios or airplanes that fly or dioramas of their town. It was just incredible to see that creativity coming back to us and made us feel good knowing that we created something that got people's minds off what was in the news feeds.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have an iconic brand, and yeah, even the boxes, people relate to that from their childhood. So great there. And actually, it's a good segue into, I know that right before COVID happened, and then you guys really smartly transitioned to this with Tony Hawk became an ambassador, and something called Foot the Bill, which I believe was about helping independent retailers.
Mm-hmm.
I love when a company not only does well, but does good. And it sounds like you guys did both with this.
I was talking to a friend of mine, actually, who is a chef, a restaurateur in Los Angeles. And he said, we've had a lot of luck and we've been very successful and we're blessed, but here's the level of pain that people are going through in this community right now. And so I got on the phone with all of our leaders and I said, this is happening in restaurants we support. This is happening in music venues we support, in art galleries we support, and in board sports shops that we support. The best thing we can do is use our platform to support them. We have a really robust customization platform on Vans.com. And so what we did was we allowed all of those individual cohorts that are part of our extended family to work with an artist who means something to them, put their logos on our footwear, and put those products up inside of our customization engine. And then we sold them on their behalf. And then the proceeds of those specific shoe sales went back to those businesses. And they could use that money any way they needed to keep their employees paid, keep the lights on, keep their landlords at bay, et cetera. Because, Ryan, I know you know this from growing up in this culture, but a lot of these people do this out of love for the culture, and their free cash flow is pretty thin, right?
Sure.
They're doing this for reasons of passion. And really, there's easier ways to make money than running a skate shop. But you do it because you believe in it, because it means so much to you. And so it was a very easy way for us to give back and to say thank you. Some of these accounts have been with us as long as we've been a brand. And so at the end of the day, it wasn't about the size of the checks. Some people got 10 grand, 15 grand back. We weren't writing $1 million checks to the skate shop, but it was a reminder that we care about you. And the other point I would make, Ryan, about Foot the Bill that I loved is that the people who lived around those shops, around those music venues, around those art galleries chimed in and told their friends, hey, this is a really cool thing that Vans is doing. You should support that because this supports our community. So it's a really good lesson in what community really is.
So yeah, community and culture, obviously core to your brand. I love going to your website. Everyone goes to your website if you happen to be listening right now. Actually, the top area is Black Lives Matter. So I'd love to hear about your guys' support for the movement and the hashtag Stop Hate for Profit movement. Anything that you guys have either obviously from the beginning of when this kicked off to obviously it'll never stop. We'll always have to keep fighting, for this. I love your POV and what made you guys jump into it.
Yeah, thank you for asking. This is something that's very important to us. Vans is an inclusive brand by nature. When we meet you, we welcome you in. We don't care where you come from or what color you are, or who you love. It's all good to us. But we also understand that we are not a brand for everyone. And what I mean by that is that ubiquity is not our objective. So we are open to anyone, but not for everyone. So you may reach a point once you get to know Vans where you say, you know what, I like X brand better, I like Y brand better. We're okay with that. And so we had to really live up to that commitment that we had in making the decision to say that Black Lives Matter. There's a lot of people, you can go on our site right now and read the comments. A lot of people come on there and say, all lives matter. I'm throwing my Vans in the trash. I'll never wear your brand again. And what we are saying is, that's okay. That's okay. If you really can't get your head around Black Lives Mattering, which by the way, we think is a very low bar, just mattering. We think we could do a lot better than just mattering.
Sure.
If you really can't get your head around Black Lives Matter, then you know what? Vans may not be the best brand for you. And I think it can be really hard for brands sometimes to have that intestinal fortitude to say, are we really going to let that customer go? How can we afford to do that? But in our mind, again, quality over quantity, we would rather increase the depth of our relationship with the people who we are aligned with than worry about just bringing more and more people in, whether or not we share a common set of beliefs or not. So in our minds, it was just posting that was the easy thing to do. The harder thing to do is going to be consistent and ongoing actions by our brand, internally and externally, until anti-racist actions, until we no longer have a system that breeds bigotry, hate, and racism in this country.
Very well said, and I couldn't agree more. And in fact, I've been very encouraged since May, when all this came to light, the highest issue in May to June. We have largely Fortune 1000 brands, and we actually launched with them, with a number of them actually out for still going into this day, but definitely during June, July, was Amplify Black Voices. And it's not just about equality. It's obviously extremely important part of this. It's also about equity, the inequities between different people in our society. And even though when the boycott was happening, you weren't supposed to go live from a paid perspective on certain platforms, we still had Black creators create content across, whether digital, across Pinterest or other places that were not part of the boycott. And we saw a tremendous amount of revenue go towards those that and pre this. I'd say about a year ago, before obviously the political kind of landscape, started to shift even further than it always had been. Brands just say, that's just not touch an individual that had any political piece. You can't get away from it. Every single person has an opinion of some form or fashion, whether on Twitter or elsewhere. And we're seeing, the great news is that both brands have leaned into it, as long as someone is not, going out and just being vitriolic. And they're also, we're seeing that the actual engagement and sentiment is not being affected because someone might be talking about protesting or the rights that they think are inalienable, and then also doing a branded campaign to integrate with the product. That the consumer is now so used to that as part of everybody has multiple sides of their personality. So we've seen some tremendous Fortune 1000 brands jump in, and that was something I don't know if I would have saw a few years ago.
Yeah, brands have been on this incredible journey, Ryan, where the first realization was, maybe we can't just be top down anymore. Maybe we're going to have to start listening to our consumers here and there. And now we've come all the way to the point where what our fans tell us is, you need to be marching there alongside me. Your voice needs to be out in front of these kind of movements that are important to me. So it's not just giving them a voice anymore. It's us being right there with them, marching with them in these endeavors. And so I would be concerned if I was a brand that was not considering that,
sure.
that your relevance was at risk. So A, we're doing this because we believe it's the right thing to do. B, what we hear back from our fans is, you're doing the right things, keep doing them.
So, and again, very sage advice and well said. And I'm sure a number of brands are hopefully writing it down, if they're not doing it themselves already. I think most brands have had to have made a choice and hopefully made the right choice. I want to take a sidestep to this a little bit on nostalgia. So grew up with it, the Warped Tour. I guess for those that maybe not aware, I think everyone is for the most part, but what did that mean to the industry to mix music, to mix art, to mix streetwear, and then create something that really is was part of if you're a millennial, you were part of Warped Tour. I mean, before that.
It happened so organically for us, Ryan. I mean, I'd love to tell you that our founders had some master plan that's unrolled over 4 years, but they haven't. It's been totally organic. When Paul Van Doren founded Vans in 1966 in Anaheim, California, in the shadow of Disneyland, he was thinking about simple deck shoes, rubber bottom, vulcanized rubber bottoms, simple canvas upper sewn together deck shoes. Basically, is what they were back then. It's called the Authentic today. That style's still in our line. But in the early 70s, these skateboarders in Dogtown in Venice, California, found us and made us their shoe of choice. That was the first sort of organic connection we had to popular culture. Then there was all these musicians, particularly these guys like Ian Mackay and Henry Rollins in Washington, D.C., who loved skateboarding. And when they started playing music, their natural thing was to wear Vans because they grew up skateboarding. Then the artists who loved those people's music and went to their shows saw them wearing Vans, and then they adopted it. And then the people who made fashion, went to the art shows and saw the artists wearing it. So it's just been this organic kind of unrolling from the beginning. And so we've just kind of leaned into each of those cohorts. But what ties them all together is this concept of creative self-expression. And that, at the end of the day, has very much become the center of our brand as a result.
Yeah, that ripple effect is obviously, you just described it perfectly. And we see that, obviously, the idea of an influencer content creator, the idea is that those that admire them or find them as relevant and relatable see what they're wearing. They then adopt that themselves. Their friend circle sees it, and yeah, I mean, I love to hear how organic all of this has been, especially from the beginning to even the Warped Tour. And that, yeah, I think people are kind of jaded, think, oh, it's just some sort of corporate board meeting where everyone's like, all right, how do we go figure out how to make money off of a certain generation? No, this is something that you guys is in your DNA.
Yeah, I'll tell you one current story that just makes me happy every day. Is we have an official relationship with Anderson .Paak now. And Anderson .Paak, his last real job before he started being a musician full-time was he worked at a Vans store. So this is a kid from Oxnard, California, great multicultural kid who grew up wearing our product, worked at a Vans store, ended up being one of those incredibly talented people who made it. And now he's a part of the Vans family. And again, as long as we can keep building that sort of organic connectivity, it's really, really powerful. And also the other thing I love, I'm a sports nut. I like all forms of sports. Turn on football on Sunday. Some of these amazing athletes have had customizers paint side stripes on their cleats, and they're wearing, because Vans doesn't play in that world. We don't play in the stick and ball world. We don't make cleats, but
Sure.
We've had these athletes making Vans cleats and wearing them in games. That kind of organic thing is really what fuels us and makes us happy every single day.
Well, so a good segue, and also it is now time for Q&A. The number of Q&As that cute questions came in, and I think per that kind of the idea how you guys have crossed over a number of different lines. One of the questions is, what are some ways that you ensure that you have a diverse pool of influencers that you're working with?
By ensuring that we have a diverse pool of influencers. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice
Sure.
that you make. It's a choice that you make. And I would tell you, I guess the clue I would give people is that making that choice then becomes a building, feeding thing. Okay? Because when you hire people of color in your organization, the other people of color who come to interview see people that look like them in your organization. The same applies to our athlete teams or our artist teams or our musicians. Same thing. So that commitment begets a further commitment, begets a further commitment. And then it becomes less about having to make like an overt choice, like we are only filling this role with somebody BIPOC. And instead, we start to see the breadth of real diversity inside and outside of our brand. And then it's very real and sort of feeds on itself at that point. So you might have to germinate diversity in the laboratory, but then once it grows, it becomes a juggernaut. So and it becomes
It's diversity inception. I love it. That's perfect.
That's right. That's right.
So another question: what trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you now, and how are they consuming media differently for your product?
Yeah, I'll just go back to two things I already said. The first is narrow and deep. Focus less on the number of followers and more on the number of interactions per follower. That's what matters. I believe the depth of interaction is the gold standard. The mass of humanity with whom you interact is irrelevant if you're talking into the abyss. Okay. Yeah. And then the other thing is to just act in a very sincere, organic way. Try to be meaningful. I use the word sincere a lot at Vans. It's really important to me. If you throw out sincerity, it comes back to you. If you throw out insincerity, you're going to hear an echo because that consumer is going to be gone. So be honest, be upfront. And again, remember what I said earlier about those consumers. They want you to march with them. It's not, you can't just placate them, right? That sincerity has to come in words and actions. It's not just a poster you put up in your lunchroom, is what I like to say.
Yeah, the hang in there baby poster. It has to be something real. I got you. So one of the questions comes up actually as a good segue for me is that it talks about brand purpose. And I know just because we have a mutual friend, Nirvan is a good friend of both of ours. I believe you guys did a $1 million donation into imagination.org. Can you talk about it a little bit? I was at Checkerboard Day and things that are obviously part of your guys' brand for years, and then having that be a charitable brand purpose piece. You know, besides the why of it's good for the world, what do you see the value in doing things like this?
Oh man, I could go on. I could get on my soapbox right now for a long time about this. Okay, at the center of that is Vans' purpose, and Vans' purpose is to enable creative expression in youth culture. Okay, what imagination.org does is the exact same thing. When we just International Checkerboard Day is a day we have every November. It started last year, where we ask people to set aside their normal days and instead do something to enable creative expression in their community. Kids these days, the STEM thing, kids these days being taught that math and English are more important. Public schools in this country have eviscerated creativity from their curricula. And they've made after-school stuff you have to pay for. Dance, photography, sports, etc. The way you express yourself, it's a part of being a human being. It's not this esoteric thing. It's an innate part of who we are. And so we are doing a disservice to kids all over the world today by putting that at arm's length from them. So what we try to do is make that connection, and what Nirvan and imagination.org do is they build that connection toward expressing yourself creatively at a young age, so that hopefully it clicks and stays with you through your whole life. You know, we are all born as creative beings. We unlearn those things over time, unfortunately. And so we're trying to put that back and make sure people stay connected to their creative selves throughout their entire lives as part of our purpose.
For anyone listening on the brand side or any side that just wants to be a part of this, check out imagination.org. It's a tremendous integration they have with Vans, and it's a way to really give back to the creative community, and it's much needed, especially now more than ever with everybody trying to be creative in their new kind of spaces they live in inside the rooms.
100%.
So also, I mean, speaking of creativity, I mean, I've never seen. I've been in influencer marketing and social, launched in 2010. Actually, I don't know if you know this about me. I actually had at my height 30 million followers on Twitter and Instagram. I have no talent. I don't skateboard. No one knows my face. I own like @travel on Twitter, @automotive, kind of like the .coms. And I remember seeing that it used to be text-based, then it became image-based memes on Twitter and Instagram. Video, obviously, on YouTube's been around for years. Now the content format of the year is short form video, and the amount of creativity and amount of UGC that I see on TikTok and Triller and a bunch of others as well is mind blowing. Are you yourself on TikTok? Is your family on TikTok? Is that something that's a part of your marketing discussions about how do we get better on TikTok and those kind of
for sure.
short form video?
100%. Yes, I'm on it. I don't post, but I watch every day. My kids, my 21 and 24-year-old are my guides in terms of what to watch for. My daughter's still at university, so she's usually pretty plugged in to what's happening. But yeah, I would say that content storytelling is really, really important part of who we are. The other thing that we love to do is shine a spotlight on other people who use our brand to express who they are. I think that's a really powerful thing for us to do. So if Vans' job is to enable creative expression and you want to wear our product because you believe in creative expression, whether you dance or where it's all started for TikTok or you skate or whatever it is, I think we have an obligation to shine a spotlight on what you do to inform your own creative self as well. So that's been a really fun thing for us. I told you before, we have a really powerful customization engine. Far and away, the most powerful part of that is user-generated content. So we see, hundreds of thousands of examples every week of people posting their own content to put on our products. And that, I don't think there's any higher calling of a brand than if you express yourself through the things that we make, we're good. We're good. That makes us happy.
Beautiful. Well, I know we're up here against time. I guess, what do you see? I mean, this year has been insane. And some people say, obviously, it's been a horrific year in terms of things that are happening in the world. There's obviously a certain level of self-reflection and hopefully us figuring out ways to stop this from ever happening again and being smarter about it. So this year has been, a trying time. Is there things that you're excited about in Q3 and Q4? Are there exciting things about 2021 that you think, will be a major moment for Vans, for your ecosystem, your brand purpose that, without having to, drop a press release here right now, and if it's not already in the news, I think people will love to know, what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, Vans. I think the first thing I would say, Ryan, is COVID is no joke. It's killed a lot of people. It's been heart-wrenching on a number of families, and no t-shirt, no shoe, no hat in the world can equal the serious pain inflicted on families all over the world. So I want to be really, really respectful of that. Second, the brutality against people of color around the world has got to stop. And we all have an obligation to take anti-racist actions to end the systemic racism, hate, and bigotry in our world. So again, nothing we make can equal, it even comes close to the importance of us dealing with those issues. Inside Vans, in terms of our business, I will tell you that we have a tremendous amount of newness all the time. I worked for Vans since June of 2004, and I am still a little kid in a big candy store every time we launch something. And I can't always tell you what's coming out, but if you follow our social feeds, which I know you do, you'll see that amount of what I can see, because we have a 19-month product cycle, what I can see coming, there's something new every week, every month, every year. And that is so fun to just see new stuff drop all the time. So I can pledge we will try to be a positive part of those bigger issues. And then we will do our part to make people happy in between with the shoes and the apparel that we make.
Doug, if you ever decide to run for office, you have my vote. I love what you think. Thank you so much.
That is the last thing I want to do right now, man.
Well, all I have to say is what a high note to end on today. Doug, you are tremendous. I learned so much. You have a great way of conveying, value and education. And really, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. We really, really appreciate it.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate
it. All right, now time to read the mandatory stuff to wrap it up. Thanks so much to Doug and Ryan, of course, for an amazing day on influencer marketing. Special thank you to our speakers for engaging and insightful conversation today. I know personally I took so much from all of it today. We hope you all join us again for our next Brand Innovators Livecast Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern on fashion and beauty. We'll be joined by marketing leaders from Stitch Fix, Aveda, Keds, and more. Thank you everyone for joining, and we hope